listen to my voice tonight. And I got extra fluids here. I've got double coffee, double water, triple water actually. Gonna go as long as I can tonight because I want to get some serious bugs knocked out. Let's see here. Oh, there we go. Got my stream preview. Now one of the things I'm testing tonight is can I use... Does restream chat work? I don't think it does because it doesn't show my YouTube on here. It does show my stream elements is showing on my Twitch, but why aren't you... No, I don't want that one. How do I connect this chat? Edit settings. Wait a second, let's refresh this. I'm trying to get, I remember last week, guys, and we were here for it. I said I was going to try and figure out my chat situation, and I'm trying to do that now. Trying to get I got a chat client that theoretically works for YouTube and Twitch, but I don't know that it's working. So we're gonna, let's see, we'll do, is it event or channel? Let's see, channel. No, not that. No. Okay, this app apparently requires me to stream through them, and I don't want to do that, so we're going to close this. So we're going to go the old-fashioned way. We're going to get into our... We'll just pop out the double chats for now, so I can try and follow along, although everybody has quickly learned that I'm primarily a YouTube streamer, so that is the chat that tends to be busier, and that's the one I tend to pay attention to. But let me bring up my Twitch chat just in case. How's it going, folks? Hopefully you guys can hear me. I might be talking to myself this whole time. I do not see chat yet. Let's see, manage stream. Let's see, my chat, pop out chat. Okay, got Twitch chat. And now we'll go to YouTube and let's pop this bad boy out. Pop out chat. Ta-da. Shrink this off. There we go. We hear you. Oh, fantastic. Hello, guys. All right, so I'm on a roll with hotfixes. 2 for 2 now, 2 days in a row. Got a hotfix out with some stuff that I didn't expect to fix. Like there's some of these bugs that sneak through are real deep. Like they're like, and our alpha testing team will tell you, no, there aren't. We knew about those. We've known about those for a while. But then I'll go in and try and fix them. And I'm like, damn it, I can't replicate it properly in another save other than the one you posted, which makes it more challenging. Usually what we've started doing in our testing is we have our testing team play however they want, but then if they report an issue, we ask them to replicate it in a minimal save. So a minimal save for us is like only mods like HUD framework, Workshop framework, and SS2, and then maybe and other mods that I've touched, or like we have little exceptions like unofficial patch. Generally, we want to make we're happy. Like that's I trust that mod pretty well. I know a lot of people trash on that mod, but but I think it's pretty solid, and it tends to be, as long as it's in the load order in the correct spot, it doesn't cause any issues. But anyway, so they will post us a save. So I usually have a save to work with, but occasionally they'll be able to replicate it in their save, and then I'll spin up a new save to be like, all right, well, let's double check. Let's get another instance of this happening, and then I won't be able to. But anyway, so today the goal is to take your guys' suggestions for what bugs to try and fix. Now, in order to pull that off, we generally need saves I can work from, because it's very difficult for me to just take your like super modded save and work from that. So we're basically I'm gonna like let you guys suggest issues. I'm gonna check our tracker and see if we have a similar issue reported where there'll be a save I can work from. Otherwise, I have a handful of saves we can try our luck on, and we'll go from there. Because if I don't have any way to reproduce the issue, then it's going to take... I could be banging my head here for days trying to fix it. And I don't want to get deep into story spoilers yet, because I'm trying not to, on my channel, show off... I'm basically waiting to do my Chapter 3 playthrough for a little bit, so that you guys have time to play it and see it all. And then I'll start doing that myself. But for now, we're just trying to fix Chapter 3, get these bugs out of your guys' way. I'm thinking I might do my Chapter 3 playthrough once Starfield is out, because then you guys will have something. By then, you'll probably be done with your own first playthrough, and then you'll be distracted by another game anyway. So any of you who aren't done won't see it then, and you can catch it on a replay. But All right, I'm going to scroll back up. I'm going to keep up with chat. It's going to be a very interactive stream today until I start coding. Then it'll go the opposite. But sub Shadowman fan, hello, author of life. Welcome to another episode of Kinggath Fights with Stream Technology, my favorite show. Yes, every Wednesday. This is the usual. If I can't find a chat app soon, I'm going to write one myself, or me and ChatGPT are going to team up and write one. It's become my favorite. What do you call it? Pair programmer. when I'm getting into something I've never done before. Never made a YouTube plugin, so I'll hit up ChatGPT. Although I do feel like in some ways ChatGPT is getting worse, and I think that's because they gave it internet access, and the internet is a horrible place. Computer says no. How you doing? I am doing pretty good. I'm feeling good about a lot of these fixes. I've had a lot of people report to me that they've now finished chapter 3. One person with no console commands, no quest skips, which was yes. We had one person. I'm trying to think of how many people we've had report that. We've had a couple people report oh, I had to skip this quest, or this one got a little funky, or I had to roll back here, but or I had to get a command off of the thing. And my goal is to make it so that once basically people tell me they can play through the chapter without needing any skipping, then I'll feel like we're in a good spot to get out of hotfix mode, because I would like people to be able to experience the story. And one of the tricky things with this story is there are quite a few points where your decisions earlier in the mod, whether it be in chapters 1, 2, or 3, have a payoff. And so having these bugs is I feel really bad for people who end up not getting that. We spent a lot of time on any of the quests that had payoff. Led by Example, for example, is one of the big ones where there was just a lot of different routes that could go. So I'm hopeful that we worked out that so that way nobody experiences the wrong response from a character. Let's see, and I think my sound is messed up. Oh yeah, I have my sound muted. Let me kick that on so I can actually hear when you guys trigger the Ron. In fact, I think I see a... oh yeah! Oh, there it is. There it is. JVL, thank you for the donation. I'm surprised you just included stickers there and didn't include the first bug fix request for the night. I assumed people were gonna want to do that to skip the queue, but we'll get there. I've got one pretty simple one on my on the tracker. You can see we have 156 issues posted, but a lot of them are quality of life suggestions, enhanced suggestions, or questions. So they're not 156 issues. It's more it's like half that of issues, and some of them are very old now that I have to go back and clean up this issue tracker. Not crazy. Started a new playthrough. Gotta say, love finding all the new story bits that have been added. The terminal in the vault when rescuing added in chapter 3. Terminal in the vault when I don't know. Unfortunately, so one of the things with chapter 3 development that went very different than the other chapters is I was only involved in less than half of the quests. So and chapter 2 was kind of like that too, but chapter 3 was there's way more stuff I know nothing about. So I'm watching some people's let's plays and I'm oh, I don't even know what this quest is, and it's kind of fun. But that also means it's also going to mean some quests I'm not going to touch tonight because I don't know enough about them and I don't want to risk making them worse. We'll be able to get this on Xbox. Yeah, it's up on Xbox, Creamer. You have to basically commit a playthrough to it though, because it takes up all your room. I think somebody said to me yesterday or earlier today rather that they have about 60 megs left after they install all 3 chapters, and that some of that has to go to Workshop Framework and HUD Framework. So you can basically use utility mods with it. Yeah, we made sure to. We made sure to knock down a bunch of files out of the different chapters to make sure it would all fit, so that people who started on Xbox could finish their playthrough, see the story. We have a lot of post-launch content. In fact, this weekend our team is meeting to discuss what all we're gonna do for post-launch content, because we have we have 10 years worth of ideas, but we're gonna try and keep it keep the scope a little bit limited. I know that's hard to believe out of me, but we basically don't want to get into a situation where we're producing another giant chapter. We'd rather do like little chunks of content that are related to one another, with the goal of kind of fleshing out all the features and characters we have, as opposed to like trying to extend longer. There's some new characters and some new things we want to add on, but they all will be to enhance kind of what you have. Like there are some holes in our staff in HQ, like some people we want to add, and some of our characters haven't gotten a full story arc, so we want to flesh that out. Stuff like that, little things where it'll just be like kind of like how we used to patch SS1, where it was just very like little, every couple of months we'd put out like a patch that was like big enough that I'd make a little trailer for it. Stuff like that is what we're hoping to do now that we're done with our chapters. Braytech, I'm surprised you've been able to wrangle the game to do what you want, considering how buggy it is. I mean, we wrangled as best we could, and we got a lot more wrangling to do. So, and we brought plenty of our own bugs, but that's why we're here tonight. We're going to try and knock some of those out. Oscar Price, so I know Chapter 3 is done, but could we please find a way to add Commissar to the ASAM army, so when you're fighting, the heroes are pushed forward, their loyalty? I don't know what any of that means that you're just talking about. You just whooshed me hard. Commander Wolf Gaming, quick question: will Chapter 3 work with mute protagonists and also first-person mod? Mute protagonist, I think, would have to have... I'm guessing would have to have a patch. I assume that all it does to make that work is blank out all the sound files, but I don't know. Maybe it's a F4S EDS DLL, and the always first person mod. I don't know. I honestly don't. I've never tried those mods. You have to ask others in the audience. They might know better. Computer says no. Can you fix the bug that is my lack of motivation to play FF4 right now because I'm all hyped about Starfield? See, I assume that people would be hyped to play Fallout 4 one last go just to get another Bethesda run before Starfield hits. Like, that was what my assumption was, and we kind of wanted to piggyback on that wave of excitement. But that's fair. I can see Fallout 4 burning you out with its crash fest. Garrett H., if I make Longfellow the mayor of Longfellow's cabin, will he only put liquor bars in the settlement? That would be a fun little feature. We do have, I think we have it. It's like one of those things that I probably had on my dream board for the mod at some point. We had the ability, as far as I remember, let me open one up. So we have these leader cards where you can basically assign like character traits to different characters, and I could have sworn we had a field that was like preferred theme. So we have a little known feature in SS2, which is themes, and if you go onto the desk, you can actually, and it works really well if you have like all the add-on packs installed. It works less good if you just have the base of SS2. Let's see if that's a feature in here. But anyway, you can select a theme like nautical, raider, neat and clean, or I don't remember the names of them all, but you can select one, and then your settlers will prefer buildings that have that flag. But it does not look like we did give them the ability to set a flag, but not preferred theme. That would be that would be an addition I would like to make. Add a preferred theme to the leader card, so you could kind of like set up the personality of the characters. That would be fun. Let's see. Deep Dive Gaming, hello. Deep Dive, I loved your theory crafting video. Can't wait to see what you think when you get to the end. Let's see. Still working on it. I feel like I'm almost there, and then I'm starting from scratch. Oh, almost to the end. Nice. Author of Life. The internet is a horrible place. Yes. What else is new? El Chavito, just curious, are you able to build things in HQ like in settlements, for example, workbenches? No, basically you kind of like, I would say HQ is like a super complicated, what's the mod in Skyrim that, the DLC, the house mod where you like buy stuff? It's kind of like a super complicated take on that, with the intent of it feeling like you're running an organization. So you have a handful of things to choose from, and you build like orders to start a project. The intent long term is to get like a full toolkit out so that other authors can design their own versions of rooms, so that you don't feel like you're limited like you would be in something like and I'm sure you guys have typed the name already, the Skyrim thing. Like, it's not meant to feel that limiting. It's supposed to be like the way I look at the rooms in HQ are basically plots. In fact, that's kind of how I describe it, is When you do the room cleaning in HQ and you have to choose its purpose, that's the equivalent of choosing its plot. And then when you actually construct, that's the equivalent of choosing the building plan. That's kind of how it's meant to feel. I know one of the biggest, we got a lot of work to do in HQ. Don't get me wrong. There is an HQ 3.0, maybe a 4.0 patch in its future. Yogi, hello. I've seen a couple of people now report that a certain someone you can kill during Chapter 2 is just alive again without ceremony in Chapter 3. That's odd. I don't see how they would be alive again. Like, we definitely don't run any resurrect commands or anything, and we don't clone them. So I assume I know who you're talking about, but could be OP, could be the B-Man. I don't know who else we kill of main characters that would just pop back up, but yeah, we definitely don't run any like resurrect commands or anything, so I don't know how that would be, unless like if somebody like did a quest skipping for a new thing, then that character could be back. But yeah, that's interesting. I have had reports of corpses from Chapter 2 being teleported into HQ due to bad conditioning. That has definitely been a thing. JVL, I can't stay up and watch, but always check VOD. Godspeed tonight. Thanks for all the cool stuff. You're welcome. I hope the VOD is good. We'll see how we do tonight. Connect, make sure King asks his question. Yep, yeah, make sure if you tag me, I'm more likely to see your message, because sometimes if I start falling behind on chat, I just whip ahead. In fact, most of the time, I'd say that's what I do, is I focus on at kinggath. But yeah, we will get into bug fixes in just a few minutes. I'm just keeping up with chat for now. Keeping an eye on. If anybody has a bug they want me to tackle tonight first, feel free to post it. I'm just reading through chat, wait until 9 when our official start time is, and then we'll get at it. Reaper, do I need to start a new game? Because when I try to clean up the HQ, I can't find send the task room type. I don't know why some people have that issue. No idea. The only time I've seen that happen where I can replicate it is if I spam a bunch of projects. Like if you spam clean, like if you go clean, clean, clean with a bunch of projects before selecting the type beforehand, that happens a lot. But otherwise, I am uncertain why some folks run into that. If we can find a consistency to it, like it's always this room or it's always this type of project is missing, it would help. Otherwise, my best assumption is some sort of script lag. But that's one of those things that, like, hopefully when we get to like the next big HQ patch, that I will be able to take care of that, or at least make it less likely to happen, or give some more options so that you can deal with it in other ways. Because I got some ideas for how to clean up HQ, make it make it more friendly, make it easier to use. But right, so like I'll just high level what our team's going to be discussing this weekend is like what order we're going to do all of our post-launch content, and it's basically going to be like simultaneously I will be working on doing a 2.0 version of some system, or 3.0 depending on where we're at, and the rest of the team who's helping out will either be working on bug fixes or working on some little piece of micro story content, like kind of like we did like I said with SS1, or even with SS2 Chapter 2. We had those where we released like Sea to Glowing Sea was a patch quest, remote management was patch quest, stuff like that. We'll just be like little quests, little bite-sized bit we add in. And two of the projects I have on my radar for probably the first and second projects. I might move these around. There might be another one that comes up priority-wise, but the first one I think is the unit system, and loadouts. Like we have this giant pool of them that are built out. We just need to clean them up. So there's like a lot of like gear problems where people will end up naked, or some of them are a little unbalanced, and so we got to clean all those up, and then we're going to have like this big unit loadout patch where you're going to be able to unlock all sorts of more people for your army. That's going to be the first one, and then alongside that, I want to do the builder's toolkit or the add-on toolkit for it, so that mod authors can do it. I saw somebody already released some units and loadouts, though. They may regret that because we're doing a refactor of it. So hopefully I can get in touch with them and help them along with updating. And then the second one I want to do most likely is the HQ 3.0 patch. We did a 2.0 last summer. I want to do a 3.0, and that'll be kind of an overhaul to make it simpler and hopefully resolve some of these weird issues people have. Neil Luna 117. So is there any specific ETA for the first big patch for Chapter 3? I'm not dissing your work, but I feel like I should wait a bit after the launch of C3 so the bigger bugs can be worked out. The 3.01 patch, I don't know when it's going to happen. Right now I'm just in hotfix mode, so focus is like, let's get people through the quest. So like anything like a big patch with significant work with, you know, either new quests or new quality of life stuff, that's going to come after we feel like we're comfortably out of hotfix zone, because with those patches it tends to be a 2 to 3 week cycle. So it's like, I'm going to make a patch, give it to testers for a week, and then we put out a public beta a few days before we launch it. And like that cycle will take a lot longer between patches. So they'll be a little meatier, but they also need more testing. And we're not ready for that yet. Like there's still, I'm sure every one of you guys has a couple of bugs that stopped you or forced you to use a console command or something. So I want to get those wrapped, and then we will move forward. Now there's some types of bugs that will probably live on for a while, those that don't prevent progress. Like I think the biggest one I hear about is the game telling you don't have enough warriors when you clearly do. Like that's one where there are workarounds for it, and so it's like the end. I know that that's going to be a really tough nut to crack. So those might be around for a little bit longer. But those that don't have easy workarounds, I want to focus those down before we move forward. All right, guys, 9 o'clock. So welcome to the live bug fixing. So tonight the goal is to take your guys' suggestions for some stuff to attack. And I'm not going to just take anything. It's going to depend on how difficult a problem it is. Like, so if you guys present some issue that I know is going to require like a deep dive into code for hours, that's not going to be, not only is it not going to be fun to watch, but there's a chance that like I dive in and I don't even discover the issue. So I want to try and take care of like, doesn't have to be super easy things, but at least things that I can do in 20, 30 minutes, as opposed to where I'm going to be spending hours on one thing. Though it might turn out something that you guys tell me, I would think it takes 20 minutes, dive into it, and then an hour later we're still working on it. That's fine. But I want to try and target some stuff that I believe we can fix tonight, so that we can walk away from tonight's stream with 4, 5, 6 good bugs fixed. I am going to try and keep up with chat today until I get dived into a fix. So a lot more interactive than my usual streams for now. But yeah, that's the goal today. Hopefully we'll get a few knocked out. There are a few quests I will declare off limits just because I don't want to break them. Specifically, the ones that I have had almost no experience with and would be very afraid to touch are Call to Arms, Battle of Quincy, and the NLTC stuff. I have very little experience with any of those. Like I haven't even seen how most of them are laid out, so I won't mess with those tonight. So if you have bugs with those, you can definitely talk about them. I'm happy to relay the information to Sagittarius, who's taking care of those quests. But yeah, I will. Most of the other ones I will touch because I'm pretty familiar with them all now. New Luna, is there a specific release date for the automation features for HQ? That would be part of that 3.0 patch. So that'll be the big feature of it. Will be the full automation system, and that'll be like the next big systems patch we do after the unit and loadouts. It might even get switched. It depends. Like I'm going to be doing a big unit loadout recode to get some bugs worked out and make sure that it's prepared for all the features that our team wants to put in. And then it might take them a little longer to actually like get all the bugs worked out. But so there's always like one thing that I'm working on, and then there's stuff that the team is fleshing out. So like it tends to be like I build the system, and then the designers and artists follow behind me and flesh it all out and add more content to it. Robert Holt, congrats on Chapter 3 rollout last week. Many stops waiting for Chapter 3. Last time I beat Sneak, tried to put him in a pink dress. I couldn't. Attempted to make him mayor, but failed. So I think one of the bugs we had that I just fixed actually was we had a system where NPCs who weren't whose settlements were occupied. So like when the gunners come in and occupy a territory, they effectively like make everybody a captive. You'll see that a lot of the generic sellers have their names changed to captive for a while. And when that happens, they can sometimes flee. So like some of the unique NPCs will flee instead of staying captive. And when they flee, they won't talk to you. They're like set to just like shout and scream, and they will run away from you. And we had a bug where people were getting stuck in that state for not forever, but felt like basically was forever, because the only way to get it to unstick again was to run another assault, and most people didn't know that. So I have it now, a check every time you load your save. It will like check and make sure people are actually supposed to be fleeing still. So that might have been what happened to you. Maybe Sneak was trying to flee. That's my best guess. Cruz Jew, I have enjoyed your work for years. Thank you. Thank you for saying so. Let's see. Shadow Man fan, when are you adding the Chapter 3 quest skipping so we can start Chapter 3? All of the quest skipping is in up to a certain point. I think you can skip up to Battle of Quincy right now, which is one of, like, I think it's the 4th to last quest in chapter 3. I don't have skips past that yet because that one is so complicated that I'm afraid to, like, there's already some bugs in the quest skipping. I fixed a couple today actually, where like the anybody who's been around playing SS2 for a while knows that the quest skipping is temperamental. So every time that we fix a bug in a quest, there's a chance that fixing that bug in the quest broke the cheat commands. So I actually mentioned this yesterday to our testing team that we should probably have like dedicated quest skipping test phase come up soon so that we can try and fix all those issues so that people who skip a quest don't get weird states. Like, for example, one of the quests, if you skipped it, I don't know if it was, I think it was Resurgence. If you skip that, like, Jake gets put in this state where he's perpetually in the meeting room. He always wants to be in the meeting room, and so sometimes that'll pull his AI out of whatever he's supposed to be doing for the quest. So there's little funky things like that in the cheat system that we got to work out. Braytag, I have a save where I have finished the vanilla content to the point of no return. How would I trigger a meeting with the envoys of the Bios Railroad and Institute? If you have, so so I'm trying not to do spoilers, but Braytag, basically, if you've finished to get one of the major factions, you have to finish their quest. So there is no allying with all 3 of them in our system. You pick one, you take it to the completion. So, or you can leave it and then you just don't get them as an ally. We have some pseudo alternatives to that in the works, but those are post-launch content. So, and by the time we get to them, I'm sure you'll be onto a whole new playthrough. Algeron, what happened to Sickle's voice? So, so Sickle was voiced originally by, I believe, James Laughlin. Let me bring up our wiki, and because I think we still have him credited under Sim Settlements 1. And he has since, like, I don't think he does a lot of voice acting anymore because he did the recording for us and it was unusable. It was like the quality was really bad, and he had warned us that he didn't really have his recording set up anymore. And so we ended up having to recast Sickle because we wanted more Sickle content. And we wanted a cool payoff from chapter 1 in chapter 3. Yeah, James McLaughlin was the ventilator and Sickle originally. And then, I'm 90% certain that was him. Let me see. Is Sickle on here? That name is, yeah, James McLaughlin was Sickle, and then we had to recast, and now Sickle is voiced by Ben Jog. How does he say it? What is his online username? We just call him Ben. Let's see here. Let's find, Ben Django. And so Sickle got revoiced in chapter 3, and we didn't want to have like half his voice files being one voice actor and half the other, so we just had him redo all of the chapter 1 content as well, so we could have some continuity. And it's an unfortunate. The hope is that we never have to do that for a major character. So, hopefully we never get to a point where we ever have to like revoice, a Jake or an Aiden. Like a Jake, we just wouldn't do. Like we will just not do any more content rather than revoice, because like that's just too core a character, too much work. But a small character we're willing to do. In fact, we've revoiced. We kind of revoiced Wes, right? Captain Wes in the vanilla game, because he didn't really have any unique lines. Oh, El Chavito, thank you for the super chat. And I can't see any. Oh, just nothing. Just a donation. Appreciate it. Thank you so much. So we revoiced Wes, but Wes was just a generic gunner voice, so he wasn't nobody special. Another one that we have on the plate of potentially revoicing is Isabella, the mechanist, because she only has a few dozen lines outside of her helmet, so you could leave the helmeted lines as they were and just do new unhelmeted lines, and then all of a sudden we could add more. We could tie into the mechanist, which I think would be fun. So we will revoice characters as we need to, but we're gonna avoid it for our big characters, and for those we'll just write around it. Like if we can't figure it out, we'll just be like, all right, that character doesn't get any more content, or they just, someone else has to speak for them, and we can reuse generic lines. But let's see here. All right, I'm hoping to find a bug here. I'm going to skip ahead a little bit and try and find our first bug. Okay, I got a lot of reports here. I just got to get... This is my chat hatred, as usual. Not you guys, but the chat system. I hate YouTube's chat client. It's awful. Let's see. Scrolling. Yagi, I would love to see that save that you turned him into goo, because I don't know how that would be possible. I can't think of... I mean, I guess... So we have... it depends on what quest you saw them alive, because we have an advisor system where we have clones of the NPCs, so that way we don't have to worry about breaking other quests or mods that's meant for a new system we're adding, but I think it got used in one of the quests, so maybe it's from that. Maybe that's where you're seeing them. But yeah, I would love to see the... If you want to DM me on... the forums are on Discord. I can look into that tomorrow. Let's see. The doctor, he found missing audio in chapter 1. That's shocking. Yeah, definitely post that. Hopefully, if somebody sees Doctor's missing audio, chat, if you could, and if any of you who see it have access to Discord or the forums, we could repost it there so that we catch it, because I'm going to probably miss it in this. Empty stomach. Not exactly chapter 3 bug, more C2. When I fail the quest, which the gunners attack the settlement, their bodies never disappear. I have to disable them. Ooh, that's going to be a tough one to troubleshoot, just because I don't know how I would verify that, right? So the way bodies get stuck is they get put in an alias, which is just basically a list that holds on to things, so that way when you leave the area they don't reset. But those quests that generate the gunners are reused over and over again, so the aliases would always reset. So I don't know how that would happen. I think that I would need to see a save where you're positive like a gunner body has been there for a long time, and then I could look into it. So that I probably need a save to look at. And we don't have... I don't have any chapter 2 saves right now laying around. Oh yeah! Computer says no, thank you for the donation. No begs found yet, surprise. But appreciate your work and your streams. Keep being awesome. Thank you, appreciate it. Well, and you also said you're off Fallout 4 right now, right? So it'd be tough to find bugs if you're not even playing. Let's see here. Eltiakis on Twitch. How's the bug fixing going? We're still trying to find our first bug that I can act on. We have the problem of certain bugs I'm not going to be able to tackle tonight, just to how complicated it would be to tackle them. Let's see. Man down. Sorry if it's a bother, but have you seen anyone else have caravan services not connect? I have 3 in Sanctuary, Red Rock, and Abernathy, and none of them connect. So the most common reasons for them not connecting are if you have diseases enabled and the person has a sickness rating higher than their endurance, which you find out with the Vitomatic. That's one. Or you can actually, if you have our HUD enabled, when you get near them, they will have like a little smiley, like when you get close to them or activate them, we have a little pop-up info box that comes up, and it'll have a little face in it. And if the face has like red X's on the eyes, then that also would count. Also, having no power. If you don't have the plot powered, it won't connect. And what else? I'm trying to think of the other reasons that it won't connect. If you have maintenance costs turned on or operating costs turned on and they're not paid, those would be the reasons. So you would check that. You can always try refreshing the plot, see if that helps. Reaper, how often are suggestions posts in the forum seen? I mean, our team is there's a bunch of us who go through the forums all the time. I haven't been in the suggestions forums in a while because the feature creep list I have of to-dos already is insane. So I don't need more ideas unless you guys want me to make this the next 40 years of my life, which I think you will all move on by then. So I gotta keep myself out of suggestion ideas. Where I need suggestions probably are quality of life stuff. But again, I have a mountain of those too. So those are the quality of life stuff is stuff where I don't play it enough myself to like recognize when something needs QOL. That's actually why I started the stream. It was like every Wednesday I'll play the mod a little bit and I'll start to get myself in the headspace of players, because it's a very different headspace than when you're developing. Like when we're developing, we're just thinking about, you know, is there a way from point A to point B? Not a lot of thought goes in at that stage when we're trying to fix all these different things. There's less thought as much into how long does it take to get to stage from point A to point B, and is that intentional or not? Like that's a little more nuanced thinking, and it requires just be playing for enjoyment as opposed to playing to test. Granny Vats, hello. It's good to see your live stream. Hello to you. Hashtag 40 more years. Sir Skittles, will the BOS be involved in the Chapter 3 main story and can we enlist the services of Liberty Prime? I mean, it's in the trailer. If you haven't seen our teaser trailer, you can do those things. I won't tell you how. I'll let you figure it out. But Deep Dive Gaming, one of my followers has been holding off on playing Chapter 2 because he sees me play on hard mode and want to use quest skipping. Talk to him about it because I explained the settings help. Yeah. If you, I always do, whenever I'm doing my hard mode stream, I always give a warning of like, if you hate something you're seeing, like this is not the normal. This is me punishing myself. Please put it on one of the other difficulty levels. Yeah, and HQ has HQ, we did a dumb with HQ. We kind of shipped the whole thing in hard mode and then like only fixed it after it'd been out for almost a year. Now it has like graduating difficulty levels. It's much easier now if you're playing on automated to do HQ. I think the biggest problem with HQ, I think the two biggest problems are you can't rapid fire do stuff, which I think makes people irritated who just want to go through it because the system just can't keep up. And then the supply agreements, I think those are going away because I think the number of questions we get on those and the number of breakages is just too damn high. So I think those might be going away with 2.0 or 3.0. Oh yeah! Oh, what do we got here? Why can't I read it? There it is. Thank you, Parziv. Oh, here's Butcher of the Week. Parzival 951. Thank you for the donation. Says, love your content and mods. Cheers from Finland. You and your team made settlement building better. P.S. You made me download Fallout 4 again. That was the goal. We were hoping to give everybody one last Fallout 4 ride before they go off to space. And hopefully you guys will be inspired to come back again when you're burned out on Starfield and see what we've been doing. Which one is your Twitter account? At kinggath or at kinggath? That's the same thing, right? I have at kinggath. I don't ever use it. I tend to post from @Sim Settlements usually, but I do own at kinggath as a Twitter account. Hopefully I still do. Maybe Elon took it. There is no announcement speaker in the hangar. Is that intended? That is intended for now. We had tasked our main sound guy with doing that, and he didn't have time before we launched. And so those will get added eventually. I think what we'll probably do though, so we added in this feature back when we were developing Chapter 2 and never finished implementing it, which was the ability to turn off any speaker and also to individually set radio stations on the speakers. And I have it basically working, but we have to like connect I have to make the interface for it facing the player. Like we can do it from console commands, and I have to connect each speaker to one of the HQ room controls. And I think we'll wait till we do that before we add speakers to the hangar so that we don't, because some people hate the PA system, but don't know that you can turn it off. And so if people got used to the hangar not having it, and don't need those people to suddenly get irritated without me giving them some some easy options to deal with it. So the holotape is one, but anyway, I always wanted to get that feature in anyway, so it'll be a nice combo. Like let's get the speaker controls and the hangar speakers done at once. It feels like a good 1-2 thing. Does resource access require supply agreements not work correctly? You still need our agreements to access food, water, and power. So I'm not sure about your question, Saito. To get access to anything from your settlements, you have to have a supply agreement. That's the goal. Whether or not it's working correctly, hard to say. Last I checked in my save, it seemed to be working correctly. And ultimately the idea is you set up a supply agreement with each of your settlements. That was the goal, and then that would be kind of that would kind of gate you to having a certain number of logistics people, and like that was one of the principal benefits of logistics. I'm less keen on that design pattern now, like now that we've expanded on HQ and kind of fleshed out some elements of it. So that's why I think that those might go away in a future update. The craft key is hard to find on the workbench. Yeah, I don't know why that happened. The craft key, like for some people, just goes away, and other people it goes away. The transfer goes away on the city planner's desk and the war planner's desk. I have no idea because we don't have any control over that. That's all engine stuff. Riley Fisk, I don't know if this is known, but all Nightingale outfits in Algeron's power armor are very, very shiny. Yeah, that is there are a bunch of texture bugs on Xbox because we have very limited control over how the Xbox packaging goes with textures, and I don't know how to fix it. So it's one of those bugs that's just like I'm not sure how to fix it. So it's also why you have some fuchsia textures. There's a few, like there's some Hellhound posters that are fuchsia. Then I've tried to fix it, and I think I fixed it once, and then the next time I uploaded it broke again. So prior to 3.0, supply agreements seem to work correctly. Yeah, I can't imagine we touched anything with that. Like we did not want to mess with HQ code when we were developing Chapter 3 content. Kenneth, the bug report of hostile waters, I actually just finished fixing that. That is in 300E. So I thought I fixed it in 300D, and I did for some people. But it turned out that anybody who was playing on full resource complexity, it still wouldn't have been working, and then I just fixed that, and I actually went and tested it in all 3 complexities, and it worked for me, so I'm feeling pretty good about it now. But yeah, the medic loadout, you would have had to cheat to build it prior to 3.00D, and if you were playing in full complexity, you would have still had to cheat it until 3.00E, which just went out like an hour and a half before the stream went live. Will there be any issues with the subversion mod in Chapter 3? I don't know anything about subversion, unfortunately, so I cannot answer that. I believe it's one of those ones that lets you do alternate endings, right? So all I can say to that is any of our integration to vanilla stuff is based on quest stages. So if those mods change those stages or what they do, or if they give you ways to bypass it, then you just won't trigger our tests, like our conditions. The Storm Pilgrim, did something in the latest updates for SS2 Chapter 3 cause Workshop Framework script overwrite pop-up? The script override mod didn't clear the pop-up. No, we didn't touch anything with Workshop Framework there. So that the script override mod, well, it depends on what override you have. So there are 2 extra files on Workshop Framework. One is the script override, which basically is in case one of your other mods overwrote a random workshop script. So if you're getting like, if you load up Workshop Framework and it pops up and says, hey, there's a mod overriding one of your workshop scripts, you grab the script override mod and make sure it's at the very bottom of your load order, and then that should resolve it. I think that's what you're talking about. So make sure it's at the bottom of your load order, because the script override doesn't work unless that's the case. Granny Bats, is there a way to stop your companions from running around like they're chasing an enemy? I've got 3 stuck after a gunner attack. Yeah, that was just fixed in tonight's patch, so that should be resolved. So from now on, the 2 things I did 2 or 3 things related to the fleeing problem. One is companions will no longer be impacted by it. 2 is that every time you load your game, it will try and to tell people to stop fleeing who shouldn't be anymore. And then there was a 3rd one, I don't remember. Deep dive game. Please don't remove settlement agreements. Maybe just default to off. Yeah, that's probably how I would do it. Is just default it to off, or like the replacement would basically be. We've already got a mechanism for it. Is that we would create the scrap logistics would be the max, instead of being tied to the agreements, would be based on storage rooms. So like we have some mechanisms to replace some of the features. I just think that the original intent of the supply agreements was twofold. One is to give you a reason to have a lot of logistics people right out of the box. Like we now have more reasons because there's more things you can do with logistics. And then the second was we wanted to kind of slow progress down a little bit. We didn't want people to come in who like went ape on their settlements and who hoarded a lot of resources to like roll into HQ and just instantly be able to take care, instantly build everything because they had unlimited resources. But I kind of don't care about that anymore. Like if people figure that out, I think they should be rewarded, not punished or not artificially squeezed like that. So I want to get rid of that pinch if I can. Can you turn off the essential for Nessie? Because she can get stuck in the sanctuary houses and the Brahmin feed trough doesn't work to get her unstuck. I do not want to do that. I feel like that's something I wouldn't call that a bug. I would call that a feature because most people complain about the cows and cats getting killed. But someone is welcome to make an ESL mod to do that, or you can just click on her and run set essential space false, and that'll clear that for you if you just want to do it on a per basis. Per save basis. I believe there's a method to get YouTube chat into your OBS panel, perhaps a plugin. Yeah, I'll have to look for it again. I looked up a couple, I installed a couple, none of them did what I wanted. I had one that sounded good, but still didn't work once we got to live tonight. EMNCAR, will a future update include XDI compatibility? As far as I know, we are compatible with XDI, but I just, is that not true? Does anybody know? I thought we fixed that. Does this mod enable a global stash? Within HQ, it does. HQ has a global stash, but it's not accessible anywhere in the world. It's accessible within every room of HQ and every floor of HQ. I'm having issues downloading Chapter 2 on Xbox. Keeps saying can't be done or something like that. I have a lot of mod space for the mod. Yeah, Xbox is a pain. It's like they make it hard mode for you to actually download mods. Sometimes you got to clear your whole mod space out. There's instructions. If you Google it, you can find out how to just reset your mod space for Fallout 4. It has something to do with like you click on the game and hit manage, and then you can like dig in and delete the mod space and let it recreate. I would look up steps. Don't just go off of what I'm telling you. And then that will tend to fix the downloads. Saito, you can't actually have alliance with both BS and Railroad in the Amendment ending where you stay friendly with both. We don't force you to kill them, but we do not. Our alliances are triggered based on certain quest stages, and those quest stages are all tied to the ending of the main quest. So correct. Even if you have we don't make them your enemy, but to get the alliances we have set up, they're based on triggers we have set up on the vanilla game. So maybe one day we'll allow for alternatives, but like I said, part of the issue with the magnitude of stuff we're dealing with, like the width of all of our content, stuff that involves corner cases and other mods, it tends to just never get done because we just have so many other things we're working on. So it would have to be somebody would have to figure out how to patch it, and patching our quests is pretty risky. Eldron, simple bug. When Jake takes you to his stash and he grabs his fabulous blue helmet, if you get into combat during dialogue, he never finishes the transaction for your red helmet. That is a simple bug. I bet we can fix that. Thank you. Is it Algeron? All right, we're going to fix that bug. We're going to I got all 3 chapters open because I was willing to fix any, and that's one that's very doable. So that is in MQ04, I believe. Is it MQ05? Let's see. It is in Scaver's Delight, MQ05. Pop this open. Find that scene. This is going to be a super easy one to fix. Let's see. Cache. All right, so here's what we do. We do edit active behavior. We pause it if he gets in combat. And we're done. So previously, combat would end it. Now it just pauses the scene, so as soon as combat's over, he'll start it up again. The one exception where it could still break would be if the player is too far away, and we can fix that a couple of ways here. Let's see. So we're going to make a couple little changes here, and One of the reasons I like doing these bug fixes also is anybody who's a modder, I can hopefully teach you some stuff to help out. So we're gonna do. I love that sound. Lord Plague has subscribed. Thank you so much. So one of the things we have right up here, we have this EQS31. That means at the end of this phase, set this quest stage, and we find this is super unreliable. And so as I find those, we get rid of them and we put it on the lines instead. For whatever reason, putting it on those phases is like there's a good chance it doesn't work. So I'm going to go ahead and move these. And what I can do, there's a thing that we discovered fairly recently. I actually learned it from Chris Takahashi, who does interesting NPCs and Tales of the Commonwealth. And he showed me a feature I had never known about, and then now I've tried to start using it where it's relevant. But there's actually a mechanism where if you have a scene that is kind of one-sided, where you want it to play out over until it gets done, you can actually set this up. So we go to Edit Data, and we go Repeat While True, and we do Get Stage Done 31 equals 0, which means it's not done. So until the player finishes this, Jake will just keep trying to trigger this scene. So hopefully that doesn't bite us in the butt. One of the risks of messing with an old quest is we add a new bug to something old. So but this one, I can't imagine there's a lot of penalty for that, because it's basically all you have to do is talk to him. That'll set stage 31, and then the scene will stop repeating. So we should be good there. So there we go. Bug complete. If I can save here. There we go. That was an easy one. The doctor, I'm an Xbox player. I don't know how to turn off Essential or know how. Oh, okay. Yeah, that is unfortunate. On Xbox, there's not an easy way to solve that. Let me think of what I can do for you here, because I don't want to. I like them being essential, because otherwise people accidentally kill them with grenades and stuff with the animals. Like, that's the bummer with all the Abernathy animals. I guess I could make you a holotape option to turn off essential status, though that's going to be a really little tiny holotape, like a very granular holotape setting. So let me think on it. Didn't have any issues with XTI and SS2 for Chapter 2, if I recall. I have some patch mods, though. Okay. Yeah, I knew we had some issues in Chapter 1 with it, and I remember changing the design a little bit so that they would work. But if somebody else knows of another spot that XTI breaks things, maybe I can do the same kind of repair. Dovadu, can we give a debug option in like an HQ terminal that just cleans everything for those with the glitch where they can't clean most things? It's just a fix till you can find what causes it. So the issue will be that the reason that so you should still be able to clean, it's just not finding it. Maybe it doesn't. Is that the issue? Does it not clean if it can't find a room purpose? Because the way that system works is when you clean a room, you're kind of telling it what type of plot that room should be. And so when it comes up with that error, it's basically like it doesn't know what room to clean, and it doesn't have access to an option. So yeah, that would be like just like a cheat holotape thing, right? It would basically just be like clean the whole place. The issue will be I guess the second issue there is the cleaning mechanism. Yeah, it's just a deeper problem than that. Like, it seems like really simple, just do that, but it's actually not. HQ is the most complicated code we have. It was written by a very smart person who coded in a vacuum for like a year and came up with this super complex system that can do virtually anything. And the positive side of that is it's super expandable, and when I finish fleshing out the toolkit, it will be really powerful. But the downside is that things that seem simple on the surface are actually like big projects. So I wish I could do that, but it would be definitely couldn't do it on camera. But yeah, it might be something I can do as a band-aid fix. Just not right now. Let's see. Can you make it so that enough patrols are connected to other settlements from the outpost? Said post will be attacked rather than the lowest defended to add more strategic enemy deployment. We will definitely mess with enemy deployment at some point. That's definitely not something we're messing with right now. There is a formula that we have running in the back end, and it tends to be, it's pretty, like the strategic deployment of enemies is pretty simple. It's a pretty simple formula. It's basically like we do the math on what is the value of your settlements, what is the value of your vassals, what is the value of your outposts. We basically have a common currency we evaluate to based on how much production is there, how many soldiers are there, etc. And then we look at your defense score and we calculate everybody like a relative score. Like what is your defense score compared to your value? And like whatever has the worst ratio, that's the one that tends to get attacked with slight randomization in it. So that's just how we have it set up right now. I would love to get it to, some sort of RTS feeling level, but we probably would need to bring on like a dedicated programmer to do that, because that's a big task. Break Tech, do the RTC Chapter 2 plans include power transfer plots? So I have to build those myself? No, they do not. The ROTC plans we left exactly the same as they were in Vanilla, except we added one caravan services to each, and that's it. So they're definitely not your best bet for like the best source of city plans for stuff that's going to operate within the Chapter 2 mechanics is going to be from the city plan contest. Abdullah, is it possible to make the meeting room soundproof? The PA overpowers the conversation. So we actually have a mechanism to turn off the PA during meetings, and I think we just don't have it set up everywhere. Because I have it set up, like whenever there's an important moment happening in the commory room, like we turn off the PA. And so we probably just need to go back through and do that in the meeting room. I guess we can do that right now. Let's do that. Let's go into, so there's a couple of meetings, particularly in Chapter 3. Let's go do that. So let's bring up our Chapter 3. So the first one is in MQ29, Resurgence. And we should be able to do this without spoiling anything for anybody who hasn't had a chance to play it yet. So we're going to pop open a script. Look at this, guys. Can you believe it? 2 tabs in Notepad++. I shut them all down before we started just for you guys. All right, so we're going to go in here, and we're going to need access to a script we wrote called MQ Master C2, which we already have. Cool. And we need, I'm going to open that because I need to get the name of the function. All right, so we need to, what is it? Or is it PA Manager? I don't remember. All right, let's try PA. Is it PAS for PA System? Here we go. So we can toggle these system announcements. So let's find where that's being used. No, it's not being used much. Okay, so we actually do it in GNN Manager. All right, so we're going to need to make sure we have GNN Manager here. We do. All right, well, that is got a slightly different coding. So toggle PA. Okay, so let's bring up GNN Manager. This is, see, you guys can quickly see why I end up with 400 tabs open because it's like a rabbit hole. So you're like, all right, how do I do this? And anybody who's a programmer here is screaming like, why aren't you using an IDE? I'm like, this is my IDE. This is my baby IDE. I love Notepad++. Every IDE I use, I end up coming back to this. I'm just like, no, that didn't save me enough time, so I bail on it. One day someone's gonna force me to. One day I'm gonna end up working on a project with somebody else who just refuses to accept me working in Notepad, and then it'll be done. Where is this coming from? Like, oh, I know what this is. So we have we actually coded out. I'm telling you that somebody much smarter than me worked on the HQ system. And I convinced them that one day somebody else is going to make their own HQ. And so we abstracted the HQ system, and the actual code, I don't know where it is, but the actual code is expandable. So somebody else could take our HQ system, and like the frame is there, and they could make a different HQ. Or like my dream is that if we ever do Conqueror, we'll be able to do a Raider HQ. I think that'd be really cool. I don't think it'll ever happen because it's a lot of work, but we can hope. Here we go. Toggle PA system. Okay, so it's a simple thing. We just have to do send it true or false. We have no arguments to worry about. So we basically go to the start of the meeting, and then we turn it back on at the end. So let's find our meeting IDs here, which we keep all of our stages at the top of the script, so we can kind of figure out where we're at. So we want to go, let's see, pre-meeting loop. So we'll start there. So we'll go ahead and we'll turn off the announcements. And then, let's see, where do we turn them back on again? So then there's a point in the quest where you might have to pause and go to get the location. But I think we'll just accept that that's fine. Like, it'll be off while the player's gone so that we don't have to have a bunch of on-off. So then the meeting room gets cleared here. So then we'll go ahead and turn them back on again. And then what I've been trying to get in the habit of doing is when I'm messing with quests, is to try and update the cheat commands too, because I don't want those to fall behind, because it's harder to figure out what's wrong with them later if we didn't keep up. So I'm going to go in here. So we keep all of our cheat commands inside these big master scripts so that we can change things on the fly. So the way the cheats work is we try and do minimal stage setting. So this is why we often warn you guys in the forums and stuff, don't just set stage to all the stages that aren't done, because some of them are used later and some of them are completely unnecessary, and it's hard to know which from just looking at the list of stages. So we try to get real surgical with these commands and do as minimal as possible so that we're not accidentally triggering something we don't want to. So we're going to find in here, so stage 100 is doing the clear meeting room. So I'm betting I have a clear meeting room call in this code here somewhere. There it is, clear meeting room. So we'll also add this here. And I think I have it just as GNN manager. There we go. So we're going to turn those. So turn announcements back on so that they're back to default. Okay, so now we've updated MQ29 and MQ master C3. So let's go ahead and compile those before we forget. I mean, I should probably just do a full compile at the end of the stream. Actually, let's just do that, because this I don't think is worth testing for. All right, so then the next quest that has a meeting is MQ30. So let's go to MQ30. Here we go. Let's see if I already did it. Toggle PA announcements. Nope, did not. Okay, so let's get that added in here too. All right, so we need to do, so not a bug exactly, but something that will be useful. So switch this to just GNN manager. All right, let's figure out when the thing starts. I think it's right at the top of the quest, right? Yep, because we're calling a reserve meeting room here. So we'll go ahead and toggle these off. And then again, we have a thing where there's kind of a pause in the middle of the quest, but we will just leave it off the entire time. I'd rather have it off for too long than risk having a bunch of other additional states that we got to worry about in the cheat. So then we'll go past. So then we've got all of the policy selections, and it looks like free meeting room happens at the end. So we'll do it around the same time, same way we do the other one. So we'll turn those back on. And then let's go into our cheats for MQ30 here. And let's see, it's doing stage 1000 to finish it, and we are calling stage 1000, so it'll get done automatically. We don't have to worry about it. Okay, so there we go. So that's that. Let me think, where else is the meeting happen? Let me bring up, I think 35 is the next one. So we go, let's bring up our quest list here. So we'll go SS2C3. MQ is most of them, but we actually did some different names for some of the quests this time. So we've got, let's see here. I don't think there's one. Yeah, I think the rest of them are, I think this is the last one. 35 is the last one. So I think it's here, and then the rest of them happen. The rest of the meetings, air quotes, are all in the common room. What did I just miss there? Anatar, that's a rough one to pronounce. Skmisk. That's a lot of consonants. Anatar has subscribed, thank you. All right, apparently I can't open the Papyrus Manager today. All of these keep getting stuck, so we'll just skip it. We'll just open up MQ35 in here. And I'm way behind on chat because I'm in code mode now. All right, so this is one I tend not to mess with a lot because this is one of the ones that, actually is it, no, it's not 34. This is one of the ones that SAG tackles. Actually, let me poke him, make sure it's okay. I do this. All right, let me see. All right, I'm gonna try and find the quest script. I think it's this pre-battle script here, and make sure I have a DM out to make sure this is okay. Like, we try not to step on each other's toes, and this is one of his quests basically. So I don't want to mess with it if he's got something going on in here. But let's see if it's already in here. It could be one of those ones where, nope, we don't have it in there yet. So all right, well, I've got a DM out to him, so if he responds, we'll double back and do that. So let's get back into chat. So that'll take care of that. So now we've got, during those 3 big meetings that happen in Chapter 3, it should be off. There's still other opportunities for it to come up, like there's the little micro meetings you can have with the Alliance messages. That I can actually we can do that. Let's bring up, I actually want to go over, not today, but in general, I want to go over this Alliance thing. So for any of you who hasn't experienced the Alliance thing, basically somebody from factions will come to HQ and have a little conversation with you and offer you a partnership, and you can accept or decline. And what I'm hoping to do is make this super systemized, where any mod would be able to inject their own character into that system. That's why it plays the way it does. For any of you who've seen it, it feels very much like it could have infinite possibilities to it, and that's kind of the goal. We'd love to see some of the many mods out there that have their own little groups be able to inject themselves in the allyship. I think that would be a lot of fun. So we have to add payoffs for it too, though. So like there's less incentive for anybody to inject into it other than presence right now. But I should be able to put in here a thing to be, okay, so the reason I can't, okay, so there's this, basically we have this meeting set up in a standardized set of code where if the meeting is happening, we could turn it off. But what we really do is we set up the meeting, and then it's up to the player to go trigger it. So that is actually done in another spot. So let me grab that. SQ03, I think it's done in this controller quest. We have a couple of, one of the reasons that quest skipping is a little bit awkward in Chapter 3 is that we have several controller quests that are in charge of starting up several other quests. The 2 big ones are State of War and Under One Banner. Both of those they can't be completed automatically from, for the most part, from the cheat command, because they're in charge of starting up other quests. So let's see here. Okay, so we could do it under kill all meetings. We could go turn the system back on. Let's see, do we have GNN manager here? Yes, we do. So that'll turn them back on, and we need meeting complete. Let's see. Now we could do it here too. We could go. Niku's not even none. I guess we can do it right here to turn it back on. Actually, no, I don't want to do that. I'm going to remove these from here because I just realized one of the things I could kick in is one of these calls could happen during the quest that I just pinged SAG about, and then you could turn it off for that quest, and then this quest would kick it back on. So these little meetings are like 1-on-1 or 2-on-1 or 3-on-1, so they're not nearly as big and grandiose, so I think it's less important. And like I mentioned earlier, we will be adding the ability to turn off individual speakers, so we could probably just turn off the ones there by default, so it's just generally you won't hear it nearby. Right now we're just heavy-handing it, turning it off in the whole facility, but I'm sure when we go through and mess with the speakers, we will just like disable the ones that are right next to the meeting room. and then you'll just hear it like really subtly in the background then, and that might actually be a cooler experience anyway, to have it, you just barely hear it. Okay, let's see how far back in chat I am now. Let's see. George, I have buff 4 mods, and my auto scanner says that SS2 has a few code culprits that crash my game sometimes. Can I post my logs in site forum to help distinguish what's wrong? You can try. Sometimes we'll be able to get useful information out of it. Sometimes we can't. The auto scanner can be sometimes useful. Sometimes it's actually masking information from you. So you can try your luck for sure. SP4449 train. When I use SS2 3-pack and ROTCW to build a settlement, it clears out a base but does not build the settlement. What am I doing wrong? I really need to document this. So I've discovered the reason recently, and I can't recall what it was. It was definitely a something that you could resolve on your end, and I don't remember what it is. And next time I find it, I will definitely make a big post about it to document it. But I can tell you a couple of potential things it might be. One could be build limit. So go check and see if your settlement's at the build limit already or really close to it. And if that's the case, then use the manage option on your workbench. And this is SP4449 train asked this. Go to your workbench and expand the build limit. Try that before you start this clear and build. The other one that comes to mind would be that it could be that you have a mod overwriting a workshop script, which you should have got a warning for that if that's the case. Those are only the two things that come to mind. But if next time I find it, because I remember I did a deep dive and I found this not too long ago, maybe 6 months ago, but I didn't document it. I was just like, oh, that's a user error, and then I knew I didn't have to change any code, and then I moved on, and I should have made a big PSA about it because that would be useful information. Succulents, I don't know how to say that. We'll go with Succulent. Are you one of the voices for a character? Not for any of the major characters. I think I don't think my voice is in SS2 at all. Several people have asked me to multiple times, and I keep declining. I don't think I'm in at all. I'm in. There are some Fallout 4 mods I'm in, but I am not in SS2. Kenny Robertson, loving the mod since SS1. I'm curious, how is the pre-built settlements going to work? They use existing city plans that basic settlers would build, or might be a way to use community ones. So the way the pre-build works is you will get a menu, and it will have a whole bunch of options, and it's like, what settlements do you want to put in the pool? And it'll all be preceded. So if you want, you can actually just click go and confirm, and it'll do it. You don't have to think about it at all. But you also have the ability to fine-tune control it. So your fine-tune control options are choosing what settlements get affected. Which city plans you have installed are options. So if you just want it to use all of them, it'll use all of them by default, and it'll just randomly pick from one of them for each settlement. You can choose things like how many settlers should be living at each one. Eventually, when we get the full version, this is what we have built already. That's in alpha testing, or was in alpha testing. Right now, the testers are helping us with post-launch bugs, but they have access to this system. And then what we'll be adding before we launch it is the ability to seed some of the settlements with enemies. So it could be like, I want this to be a raider, or I want a certain number of settlements to be raider outposts, or I want some of these settlements to be gunner outposts or super mutant outposts or whatever. So we'll have the ability to seed like that. And all of these things will be dynamic. So it can work with mod added settlements. It can work with creation club locations. It can work with city plans. It can work with enemy factions that other mods inject. It's going to be very, very dynamic. The goal is to kind of create sort of a scenario builder system. So any of you who like to play the games like Civ or Stellaris, where you have, before you start your game, you get to kind of choose all these scenario options. That's kind of what my goal is. Nothing as deep as those, obviously, because they have way more systems going on than we do. But that idea of being like, if you want, before you start your new game, you can kind of change the scenario. That's the dream of that system. And we had it working for Conqueror, but Conqueror was built on the SS1 framework, which was not nearly as fast as SS2, so we should have a lot better time with it with SS2. Doctor, the missing dialogue happens in the well quest, but I don't know. This is just an Xbox problem or happens on PC as well. The only dialogue that I think we took away on Xbox are like some very minor side characters, and then I'm pretty sure we blocked those characters from appearing. So we shouldn't be missing any dialogue from any main quests, but you're right, there is a chance that it's just a missing one on Xbox, so I would probably need the exact line in order to research it, unfortunately. Dovadude, it doesn't clean at all if it can't find a purpose. Okay, let's see if I can fix that. Let's see if I can make it so it'll at least clean up the junk. Let's just go check that. So we'll go to, so let's go to HQ here. And I think it's a base action type. Let's see. Room clean, here we go. All right, let's look at the room clean code. Try start action, request room for action. Okay, fetching a room config. Doesn't have one, force a single option. There's one, okay, resting room config, blah, blah, blah. Cannot start action. Okay, so basically what we want to do here is get rid of this call and just say, if they didn't select a room config, then we assume that it couldn't find one. So let's go ahead and let it happen anyway. So let me see what would be the consequences of that before we commit to this. So in the actual, so the way this is set up is basically we have like blocks of code to try and start them, and that's where we can inject like all the requirements, and then the actual execution of once the action's done happens over here. So what are we doing here? We're setting up a keyword, we're enabling we used to call them ASAM sensors before we added the room control name. The idea was, and I think Jake has, oh, excuse me, hiccups. I think Jake has a line actually that you can get occasionally from his dialogue loop where he talks about the sensors, and it's like he combined an ASAM sensor and an old terminal. And then I think we retconned that accidentally by putting one of those things in in the Robco HQ building. We'll have to check on that. Either one of those two things has to go. Either Jake's line or that thing existing at Robco HQ. Let's see here. So we enable those. You'll notice that it says sensors plural. We technically can have multiple room controls for any given room. And if people started complaining about not being able to find the sensors, we would add more. But then later we added the system where you can track a room and it'll put a marker on the sensor. So we never ended up needing to add more than one for any room. So then it's going to grab the config. If selected config. Apply the config, failed to find the config. So it looks like it's already set up in a way where it wouldn't fail if it didn't have a room config. It's just that ideally it is going to have a room config. So we're already testing like to make sure you do. So I think in theory, this should be fine to do. Let me think here. Config parameter name. Okay, so we should do this a little bit differently here. We should do get index parameter aliases. No, this should be fine. It's just gonna cast and fail. I guess we could slow the bleeding a little bit. Let's go form. Let's see, config form. We'll change this slightly to handle this a little better. So we'll go equals this part. And then we do config equals none. And then we do, oh, what is going on with these tabs? My beloved Notepad++, you're failing me. So if config form does not equal none, then we do config form as here and we cast it, and then I want to change this to does not equal none. So, and I need this to be selected config equals this. Okay, and then we can also do another thing in here where Oh no, that's how we do it. So yeah, the way this HQ code is set up, it's very odd. If we take advantage of this weird state. I don't know if anybody who's a coder has any idea what I'm talking about, but the whenever you pass variables via array, they like stay in memory, and you can mess with them in like while like they're not they're always passed by reference, so we can always mess with them. So we just like rely on that fact to kind of pseudo store variables without ever having to like explicitly save them anywhere. We just pass them around as arguments, and so we have to like manipulate everything. Like I was going to say we could set a flag up here, but we can't. Everything has to be stored in this param, so it'll already be missing from this because. So I guess what we need to do is we need to add a blank index here. So I guess that's what we could do. We could be like add a invalid things here. So we could do something like, let's do this. We'll do, what are we doing here? We're going to not return this. So let's, all right, so we'll do send invalid config. So we'll set up a new record that'll just be like a generic record we test for that just says invalid so that we know. So form room config is request room config. So we're going to set up we're going to go get missing room config form. So now we will set up this. So we'll do a function, and we'll just fetch that from the thing. So we'll do, let's see, it's going to have to be one of these types. And we'll do return game.get form from file 0x. I haven't set it up yet, so I need to do that. We're going to put it in ss2.esm as form as, I got to double cast it to do this. Actually, I think game.get, Gilberto Rodriguez, thank you for the subscribe. Let me check the definition of this here. Get form from file. Is it returning a form? I think, oh, it already is returning a form. Okay, cool. So we don't need a double cast. That's good because casting is expensive. Okay, so now I need to put a to-do in here. To-do get final form ID after merge for our missing room config proxy. And we're going to create that next so I don't forget. So let's go in here and we're going to do, oh, that's why that took so long. This is one of my little irritations about the CK. This little thing here, so you have Papyrus Script Manager. This is where we usually go to compile scripts, but if you accidentally click this compile Papyrus scripts, it loads up a screen that takes like 6 full minutes to load. It's really obnoxious. Whereas the other one works almost instantly. Let's see here. So we need to create ourselves this temporary room config. So we don't have any, I think we probably have a room config template in here we can clone. Yeah, so we'll take this guy and we'll call this missing proxy no room config found. And we will use this guy. So right now, normally what we do when we do game get form from file, we use this right here, this form ID. We use the last 6 digits. But because we're using the Bethesda merge process, that form ID can change, so we can't reference it yet in our script. So we just need to remember to do that, which is why I put the to do here. I also tend to like save, and then I'll make a small edit so I remember, because I see this red. This is my own little, this is my system. Get off my back for my terrible systems. Okay, so then we're going to go down here. So now when we come down to this, there's a chance that the config form is not going to be none. It's going to be, when we fetch it from here, it might be this get missing one. So we need to test for that as well. So we need to go selected config does not equal none and selected config does not equal this. So we don't want to apply it if it's either of those. I guess in theory we could apply this missing room config to them, to any we're missing, but that's going to require a whole other rabbit hole of fixes. So now we've got it set up. It's basically going to set the room config as a dummy. That's just so that it'll let it complete the cleaning, and we're good. So let's add some patch notes. I actually opened this up. So let's see what we've done so far. So fixed a bug where combat could interrupt Jake when going through the cache. In the people are going to wonder why the hell I'm wasting time on this when we're supposed to be in hotfix mode. I should add to the end of these. Thanks, stream. In the quest, Scavers, or people are going to be like, wait, Scavers Delight, did I miss a chapter 3 quest? Let's see, what else did we fix? We did PA system should now be turned off during the HQ meetings. I don't need to capitalize that, I guess. HQ meetings during resurgence. Quests, resurgence, and what was that other one called? I'll just look. I can't remember what comes after resurgence. A faction is born. And a faction is born. So now, just to FYI, guys, this thing we just did here for this room clean, this will work in theory, but there's another point where it could fail, and that's that if it's not finding a room ref. So it's request room for action. So if for some reason something is preventing these clean actions from actually fetching the actual room, which I don't know how it could, because I'm pretty sure we have those all hard-coded, that could be the other issue. So it might be that even after I patch this, so I'm going to have to be careful with this patch note so people. So fixed. Let's see. HQ room cleaning actions can now complete even if the room does not have a valid. Well, you guys know them as purposes. So there's some things in the back end we call them one thing, but then to the UI we call them another thing. Does not have a valid purpose. Whoa, what happened there? No, we don't want sticky keys ever. Disable this keyboard shortcut. Go away. How did that come back? No. I thought I turned that off ages ago. All right, even if this doesn't have a valid purpose. There we go. So I'm specifically saying extreme clean actions can now complete even if the room does not have a valid purpose. I guess I don't need a comma there, do I? Valid purpose. I'm explicitly stating the purpose because if it's the room, if it can't find the room or no rooms were found for this action, that's still going to prevent it from running. All right, there we go. So I still have to do, I got to do one thing. I got to merge and then come back and do this. So I'm hoping to remember that. But otherwise, it is done. It will be in there for next patch. All right, let's see here. Carlos DY, I found a bug in the NLTC leverage quest. The RON keeps going outside the bank. Oh man, we had that bug come up in testing and we thought we fixed it like 6 times. But tonight I will not be messing with NLTC because Sagittarius, who does basically our lead quest designer, implementer, is in charge of that one. I don't want to step on his toes by accident. So, and I haven't heard from him yet. I don't think he's online right now. But yeah, NLTC is in SAG's possession. I'm not very familiar with those, so I don't want to break anything. Nick Carter, I couldn't finish the last part of the quest to build the first output of the castle with start with leveled plots on. Reloading letter save and turning it off fixed it. Okay, this is a great bug to fix. Good call. So there is this one might be risky. This is going to be a potential deep dive, but so I discovered there's a potential flaw in the city plan code where if you don't have enough resources and you have respect build limit on, then you can get the city plan will just basically get stuck forever because the plots can't build. So while the city plan code will ignore the setting automatically to finish its own construction, it does not for the plots, and then those plots can cause the can cause the actual city plan to hang. And that's why some of you guys have seen where you kind of get stuck in cinematic mode for like 10 minutes and then finally you give up. That's usually what happened, is you hit the build limit. And I should be able to put an override in it that doesn't override the build limit, but just lets those plots like exit out gracefully. So I got to figure out where that code is, and it could be in Workshop Framework. One of the reasons that Sim Settlements 2 got so much faster is that we built a threading engine into Workshop Framework that handles all the placement of items. So it prevents us from overtaxing your system because there's only one set of threads. So like all plots use it, all the city plans use it. Like every system that Sim Settlements uses to place items is routed through Workshop Framework to ensure that we don't like crack. Because what would used to happen on SS1 is we would just throw as many items as we could at Fallout 4, and it could get to a point where the Papyrus, the scripting engine, is so backed up that it just couldn't even complete things at all. And so you could end up with saves where you'd have to leave it running for 2 hours before it would finish. Because we found out that there's like a point where the game engine just like chokes and it like has trouble even like getting itself out of the pit. It's like you would think it would be something like, okay, if I give Fallout 4 2,000 things to do, it's going to take, however many per second it does, it's going to take that many seconds. But instead what happens is if after there's a critical mass you hit where you use up all of its memory, and then anything beyond that like takes exponentially longer to finish. Any of you guys who are around for the launch of Chapter 2 remembers the long save bug that came up, and that was related to that kind of thing. There's certain memory cleanup that this game is really bad at, and so now that we've got everything routed through the threading engine, that's a lot harder to make that happen. But that also means I have more code to potentially dig through, which is why I said this may be a rabbit hole. Let's see here. Oh, you know where maybe we can hack it is, let's go into plot. Let's look at our plot code. Because since we know what's happening with plots, maybe we can just watch for it happening and then kind of bail out early. So I think it's like force plan. Let's see, forced plan. So let's do, where does this get set? Because this is the code, or forced level. Yeah, let's do forced level. Where do we get forced level at? Forced level is coming from here. So there's code where so like this right here is this little hack we set up where we're taking a vanilla event called onTriggerEnter, and we're hijacking it to act as a function. And we are basically letting Workshop Framework kind of hand it off some data, and then the plot gets to do what it wants with it. So let's see here. What are we doing here? So onTrigger leaves Workshop tell an object is being exported, and onTriggerEnter tell an object that has extra data. Okay, so we go here. This plan, blah blah blah. So none of this is actually. This is just recording this information. It's not actually causing any building, so that's good to know. Handle forced plan. What is calling this? Handle forced plan is coming up with post initialization. So is post initialization happening asynchronously? It is. Yep, it's happening on the timer. Is it happening in any other way? It does not appear to be. Okay, so don't think that that's it. So we're basically trying to figure out what in the city plan code is getting hung by these plots not completing. So let's look at our thread code. So we're going to jump back out. I actually need to load up some other source code over here. I keep Workshop Framework separate so that I don't accidentally cross-contaminate the two code bases. Hope you guys were prepared for me going deep here. All right, should be this place object, I want to say. I think it's here. So that we know we were doing that onTriggerEnter thing. Is that in here? akref onTriggerEnter, send import notice, send extra data. All right, where is send extra data being called from? Send extra data. Yeah, so we used to have, so we have in here some, this is some code for Sim Settlements 1 that we had, because we didn't have this fancy like injection system where the code could all be handled on the other end. So we actually had to have some like special handling for Sim Settlements, but that would get skipped in this, because building plan in this case is specifically looking for, that is only used by SS1. Yeah, nothing here is like screaming at me like, hey, this is causing this to get locked up. Trigger, enter. This is one of those ones that I definitely want to fix, because the city plans, usually you watch them and they're like lightning fast, and then it just kind of hangs and you're like, what's going on? Like all the items are clearly built, and it's always the plots, but I don't know what about the plots is holding the city plan from completing. There's got to be something in this block of code that is triggering more than I think it is. So I'm gonna look for any function calls in here. And if I'm speaking gibberish to you, don't worry, this will be over soon. I'm gonna give up soon on the code so that you guys don't fall asleep on me, and we'll move on to something that we can go a little quicker on. But this is on my radar to be fixed, because I think this will make city plans so much more enjoyable to use. But as a workaround, I will say if you turn respect build limit off, that will take care of it. Yeah! So we're gonna hit the pin on this. I'll leave this stuff open. Maybe I'll have an epiphany tonight. Sonic Phil, thank you for the donation. Final DLC payment. Thanks to you and the team. Oh, that's awesome. Thank you so much. So we will get to the bottom of this eventually. I think if you're having that problem where the city plan just kind of seems to hang, turn off respect build limit. It's one of the settings I think it's under performance. Pokebreeder 25, the Gunner outfit overhaul mod. Is that compatible with Sims 2? It should be. We actually use a couple of those. Funny, before Default made that mod, it's now like open credit, or it's like, what did he call it? It's basically like fair use. Like anybody can take pieces out of it and put it in their mod. Before that, as soon as he posted it, I immediately reached out like, dude, we're working on the secret project, because this was before Sim Settlements 2 came out. We're working on the secret project where we're making the Gunners our main antagonists. Can we please use a couple of these outfits for some major characters? And he's like, yeah, go for it. And then shortly after, he just made it. He's like, yeah, anybody can use whatever they want from here. And then we ended up using another one for Lamont. Okay, scrolling on down, looking for more bug reports. Fallout fan, can you please let us rename our military member Minutemen? I've already named the faction Minutemen, but they're not called Minutemen. Yeah, we have to figure that out still. That's going to be something for later probably. So one of the things, so in Conqueror, if you played it, you remember that your soldiers had different names. They weren't just called, it was like if you were playing the Raiders, they were called Raider. If you were using a faction pack to make them Brotherhood of Steel, they would be like Knight or whatever. They had some sort of like new generic name besides Settler. We went away with that feature because it's really complicated to set up, and if somebody screws it up, so like if somebody were to inject new content in and they don't set it up correctly, those characters can end up with that name permanently with you having no recourse. So we got rid of the rename system, and instead now we have the rank name, which can appear on the menu instead of in person. Now I might switch my tune on that if I can find another way to do it that cannot be broken by the mistake of a novice mod author or somebody who just, not even a novice. I make these kind of mistakes all the time, but if I can find a way past that, we'll allow the renaming. Otherwise, I would say for now, you're going to want to find a third-party mod to do that. There's lots of mods that let you name settlers, so it wouldn't be hard for somebody to make one that's just like, name a settler Minuteman, or give you a menu of options. And maybe that's something we end up long-term putting into the mod where it's like, so right now we have the ability and I showed this in the last demo and QA stream I did. I guess it was last Wednesday. That you can set up the rank names. So it could be feasible that we could be like set up the recruit name, not just the rank. Like that could be a feature we could add in the future for sure, but not tonight. Not tonight. Well, let's see. Liberating Somerville is bugged. Enemy reinforcements never show up and leave 3 empty enemy markers. It renders the quest line uncompletable. Let me see if I have a report on that, because that is a great bug to work on. Let me see here. So let's search up in our alpha git and see if we've got a... So let's search for Somerville. And I might have to search for it multiple ways because I don't know if it got misspelled. So we have 2 issues with Somerville. Both of them are marked closed. So that's going to be a little more of a challenge, but I do have a save that's probably at least that far in the quest line. So let me pop open the game. So I'm not going to do quest stuff necessarily, but I should be able to like use this save that I've got to run an assault on Somerville, and I think it's far enough in the quest line where that has occurred, like what you're talking about, Mel. So let's try it. Let's give it a go. Oh, wait, what is going on? Is my game look faded to you guys? I'm curious what shows up for you guys. So I got a new monitor yesterday, and the color was way off when I set it up, and I started messing with the color profile, but I don't think I got it there yet. It's very dull for me, but anyway. All right, let's go down here to find the one I'm thinking of. This one right here, I think is at the right spot. So this is right after Art of War, I think. All right, let's see here. Where are we at? Do we have... Okay, so State of War isn't running yet, but... State of War actually starts silently in the background during Resurgence. So State of War is just our controller quest, and you can see Somerville's already been taken. So in theory, I should be able to liberate it and replicate what you're talking about. Although, I will say the enemy reinforcement system is very dynamic. So it has to do with how many people you have. So what we're going to do to help trigger that is go... jack up the amount of soldiers we have, because the more soldiers we have... Sharon Hoffman, thank you for the subscribe. The more soldiers we have, the more likely we will get the reinforcement waves to trigger. So we're going to go with some of our smaller settlements, and we will spawn some more soldiers. You guys are about to learn a cheat command we have that we use for testing. This doesn't actually spawn soldiers, it spawns settlers, but once you turn a settlement into an outpost, any new settlers that appear there through the standard system or through this testing command will auto get conscripted. You don't have to do it manually. Alright, so how many of you guys are actually soldiers?
After what you did, you'll always be welcome here.
Okay, none of you guys are...
This farm will carry on.
Is this actually an outpost? Yep, somebody made an outpost here. Let's see. Outpost, okay, but none of these people have been... Wait, did that double pop up? Oh, okay, just my imagination. Oh, I must have double-clicked it. Alright, let's get out the recruitment clipboard. Let's grab all these guys.
Tired of being bullied by raiders?
Nope, not. How about you?
It's about time someone stood up to them.
Huh?
Can I ask you something? It's the only way to ensure the safety of the Commonwealth.
Sure.
Thank you.
Ain't looking for trouble, I hope.
Just need to
Hi
conscript
there.
you, buddy.
We need your help.
Got it.
I knew you would help us.
No, you're gonna help me.
Got a minute? I know you're in a tough situation here, but lives are at stake. Please, help me.
Okay.
Wish I had the caps to hire someone like you full-time around here.
Be careful.
Got a
dealing
minute?
with
One
those
of the good
raiders.
ones. It's the only
I'm
way
hiring
to
you, but
ensure
I'm
the
not
safety
paying
of the
you.
Commonwealth.
Thank you.
Got a
Can I ask you
dangerous
something?
look about you.
It's the only way to ensure the safety of the Commonwealth.
Back hurt.
We need
Hi
all
there.
hands here.
I
And
know
we will
you're
be
in a tough
adding
situation
a
here,
bulk
but lives
conscript
are at stake.
option in the future.
Please.
It'll be something like on the
Help
warplanner's
me.
desk that just says like
It was
conscript
a
all
brave thing.
Can I ask you something?
all settlers here.
Brave it
We
like.
need your help.
Sure.
Hi there.
Oh, oh.
Got a minute? We need your help.
Okay.
Okay, so then we will do. Did I get everybody? Yeah, we got a lot more warriors. Oh, missed somebody hiding over here.
Can I ask you something?
Come on, warden.
We need your help.
Got it.
Okay, so now we're gonna do. So our command is CQF Estes2. This is a long command. underscore NPC underscore recruitment manager. Oh, recruitment manager space settlers and then a number. So we'll do 10, and we should see 10 new soldiers appear shortly. I don't actually know where they spawn in Hangman's. I'm guessing it's just outside. Maybe on the other side. Wait, did we get you, buddy, or are you the visitor? Yeah, you're the visitor. Visiting ranger. What do we got over here? Oh, is this our... Yep, here we
Got a
go.
minute? We need your help.
Now, I shouldn't have to do this if we just hang tight a little bit. They should auto-conscript in a moment. But that'll give us about at least 20 more, and I know we already had a bunch in this save because we've already moved through the quest, so I think that's enough to hit the first reinforcement wave. Let's make sure these all got converted. Some of them are getting converted.
Hi
We'll just go
there.
ahead and start doing it manually while we're
We need
waiting.
your help. Can I ask you something? We need your help.
Huh?
Yes?
You're one of the good guys.
Well, the farm's
Yes?
not much
Don't
out
worry,
here,
General.
but it's
We'll
something
kick
to
their
take
butts
things
and
one day
good.
at a time. Crop's been growing pretty good.
You hear
lately.
about that farm?
Got a minute?
Oh my god, all of
It's the only
all
way
the
to
idle
ensure the
dialogue.
safety of the Commonwealth.
Got it.
Yeah, some of these guys are already converting automatically. Some of them not
Hi
so
there.
much.
I know you're in a tough situation here, but lives are at stake. Please, help me.
Okay.
Excuse me.
Some of their okays don't sound very convincing.
Farming's as honest as
Wait,
honest
that
work
guy's broken.
I'm not so worried.
So
about it.
risks of
Hey there.
If you ain't been up to see Greg,
mass
you
spawning
should
people. All right, we should have enough now. All right, let's go down here. We'll go down to what's the closest we got. I don't think we've taken Vault 95 yet, so we'll go to Cutler Bend, I guess. Alright, let's see here. So I guess we should do our own little marker so I don't get lost. Place marker, yes. I guess there's no reason for me to play for real. We can TGM here, and we'll turn off. We'll do T-Detect off for a minute. I'll turn that back on again once we get there, because I don't want that to interfere with things, but I'd rather not have to fight anything for now on our walk. A little ways to go here. Our guy building this big junk sculpture. Is that the pink goo from the school he's painting with? Or that's just what they had available to work with? Whoever, whatever Bethesda artist stuck that in here. Alright, let's bust out our binoculars. And we'll mark ourselves a target. Marking Somerville Place. Pull out our flare gun. And let's turn off. I'll leave TGM on, but we're going to turn off T-Detect. And then we're going to save here. Test Somerville. And that way, if we don't get a reinforcement wave, we can go make some more settlers or soldiers and then try it again. So give that a moment. one of the bugs we have on my list that's going to be one of those deep dives I talked about earlier is that the plot turrets do not like to play ball with the oh, hello guys. With the faction setup we have. So we have like a little behind the scenes faction system to make the enemies fight you and your soldiers and not the settlers, and the plot turrets just don't care. they fight whoever they want. And that is probably what we're hearing the firing of. Whoa, 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 whoa. Alright, we caught somebody's attention. Alright, there's the autosave, which means we're getting a response from our people. Alright, let's get in there. Oh my god, it's so loud. Alright, we gotta turn down this volume. You guys are probably hurting as bad as I am here. There's the sounds, the drums of war. Alright. This place got so many turrets in it. Good old cheat commands. Alright, hopefully my soldiers are taking care of the troops while I take care of all these turrets. Oh god, we got an annihilator. Yeah. The deliverer is wrecking you, buddy. Oh, unlock the armory. Very nice. Another one! Double annihilator? Oof. What a bad roll for Somerville. Bad news for you. I've got unlimited bats, guys. Oh, unlocking everything. Hey, buddy. Close range crit. Still didn't kill you. Nope, the random mongrel dog decided to... I don't know if he's fleeing or joining in. Oh my god, there's so many guys here. Oh, Brigadier. Get wrecked, buddy. Actually, he's pretty tough. Not tough enough for God mode, are you, buddy? Did that dog just attack me? Where is it? Get off. Unlocking all the classes. Alright, let's get in here. Let's not kill the settlers. No idea where my troops are or how they're doing right now. Chaos of war at work here. Oh, they're there. Hey, guys. Alright, better take out all these turrets before they melt people. Alright, we need bats. I can't hit them for some reason. There it goes. Just got a little closer. Alright, who do we got left? Don't kill the settlers. Gotta be careful because there's some sort of weird bats bug where like even your own soldiers can sometimes end up marked red in VATS. So you gotta be very certain of who you're attacking. That is a bug on the list I would love to fix, but I'm not sure that I'm ever gonna get there because I don't know what causes it. I don't actually understand it. Alright, we better take these out. Kill remaining defenders, that's what we like to see. Who's still in here? Hey, buddy. There's somebody way out over here. I think this private gave up. He's trying to run away. Nice. Our settlers are picking up all the weapons. Oh, our reinforcements are coming in. Okay. Why can't I kill you? Come back here. Alright, we got it. We completed it. So we did not have enough to trigger enemy reinforcements there, because I did not see an enemy reinforcement thing, and I didn't hear it either. You'll usually, like, there's a sound that plays when enemy reinforcements come in. It's like a stinger, like a negative stinger. So I think we got to reload and trigger some more soldiers. We didn't have enough to cause reinforcements to trigger Mal's issue. Alright, so let's reload that save. And we'll go spawn some more soldiers so we can get up to reinforcements level. A lot of the difficulty curve is tied to how big your army is. So the idea is basically the more you're investing in this system, like the more hardcore you're going on it, the more you probably are interested in big combat. So if you want to keep things as easy as possible because you're not into these big battles, just recruit as few soldiers as possible and it'll keep them small. Let's go over to, we'll go to Starlight and we'll just turn this into an outpost and recruit everybody here. Coffee, coffee, coffee. Nothing like nighttime coffee. Alright. Man, my chat just jumped hard. I can't even find where I was at all. So I think we're going to have to just drop down and accept our fate that we lost a lot of chat. Alright, let's get into here. Build out service. Support planner's desk. Oh yeah, we're going to trigger the unlocks again because we just reloaded. Alright, this should pop me up a conversion question automatically. No, decided not to. Convert to outpost. Yes. Oh, this is like a level 3 ROTC Starlight. It's got the movie screen over there. Alright, let's get our clipboard out. Find all the people. Hello.
With the Institute got, we can finally start to make the Commonwealth a decent place to live.
Oh, you're just wandering Minuteman. Okay. Alright, and then I think we're going to do we have it on this character? We need a... Alright, we're just going to... I'm trying to remember where the city planner's desk is. I actually don't remember. It's been so long since I've been in the city. We're going to build a new one. We're just going to craft the town meeting gavel and summon all our folks over to us. Thanks for the warning, Siren. Don't know where it is. Alright, tools. There we go. Alright, let's get everybody gathering around. Oh, they already had one. Gather around. Oh, they've got the fade to black turned off. Interesting. Okay. I'm using one of our tester saves. Alright, let's... Oh, no, there it goes. It was just a little delayed. I think there's some script lag going on here. Which makes sense, because we just converted this place, this giant settlement, which is probably turning all the plots into...
Hi there. I know you're in a tough situation here, but lives are at stake.
Nope, everybody teleported to me. That was supposed to happen behind the black. Behind the fade to black.
Can I ask you something?
Carry on.
Oh, God.
Got a minute?
Hold on.
Oh, you're already a warrior. How about
Hi
you?
there. Hold on.
Nope, you're already a warrior,
I'll be
too.
back.
Alright.
Can I ask you something?
Hold on.
Wait,
I'll
what
be
is going
back.
on? Wonder if it's not detecting this
Got a
place as an
minute?
outpost yet.
On second
Oh, no, there it
thought,
was.
forget it.
I was clicking the
Hi
wrong
there.
button.
I know you're in a tough situation here, but lives are at stake. Please, help me. Got it. Hi there. Would you be interested
Nope,
in... coming to
that's why.
Binocular?
That's why I was pushing Y. It just got, for some reason, the HQ
Got a
option
minute?
turned away for a second.
It's the only way to ensure
There
the
we go.
safety of the Commonwealth. Can I ask you something?
You interested?
No, no, not that one. Wrong button.
Hi there. We need your help.
Got a minute? It's the only way to ensure the safety of the Commonwealth.
Okay.
Can I ask you something?
Let's try this again. There's the
It's the only
conscript.
way to ensure the safety of the Commonwealth.
Got it.
All right,
Can
how
I
about
ask
you?
you something? It's the only way to ensure the safety of the Commonwealth.
Come on, use those random lines we gave you.
Hi there. It's the only way.
It's
to
just
ensure
over and over again the
safety of
same one.
Commonwealth.
We're gonna go check
Got a
our
minute?
conditioning
I
here.
know you're in a
There we go.
tough
There's another one.
situation here, but lives are at stake. Please, help me.
Okay.
Got a minute?
Weapon
I
merchant.
know
You're gonna be a
in
great
tough
soldier.
situation here, but
You can run
lives
the
are at
armory for
stake.
us.
Please, help me.
Let's see. Who else is not a soldier yet?
Hi
You.
there. It's the only
You're
way
in.
to ensure the safety of the Commonwealth.
Just like I said to the others. Weren't you
Ain't one of
inspired?
them synths. Here to spy on.
Come on, guys. Make some room.
It's not exactly paradise, but what
Can I ask
is?
you something?
Bookseller. You'll work.
Some hard
It's
work.
the only way
You're
to
on
ensure
recruitment
the
duty.
safety of the Commonwealth.
Place to live.
Let's see. What do we got here? Organics
Got a
collector.
minute? It's the only way to ensure the safety of the Commonwealth. Sure. Hi there. It's the only way to ensure the safety of the Commonwealth.
I wish we could. The randomization in here is really weird. It doesn't let you specify. Like you can
I
you
ask
can
you
tell it to make sure it plays
I
them
know
all
you're in a
once
tough
without
situation.
repeating, and then after that
Lives are at
it will start
stake.
repeating. I'd
Please.
almost rather just have it go in a loop. Just keep playing top to bottom, so I never have to hear the same thing twice in a row. Oh, we missed the
Can I
bartender.
ask you something? It's the only way to ensure the safety of the Commonwealth. Okay. Hi there.
I know you're in a tough situation here, but lives are at stake. Please, help me.
Got a minute? It's the only
All
way
right.
to ensure the safety
We're
of the
trying to get to it.
Commonwealth.
I might actually just run the cheat command again to get a few more. I just don't want to have to run that because that was a hell of an assault to take out Somerville. So let's go ahead and run the recruit 10 again and give it a minute. And we're overloading this place. Hopefully it doesn't crash with this many settlers all here. I'm fairly certain Starlights spawn over here somewhere and then they wander into town. Yep, there they are. Alright, soldiers, line up. You're not getting recruited yet.
Huh?
They're going to need a little bit of time. We just gave the scripts a lot to do. Alright, while we're waiting for that... I have no idea where I'm at in chat, so my apologies if I missed your message, guys. The YouTube, I complain about this every stream, and I'm gonna continue to do so. The YouTube chat just jumps around, and it doesn't save chat forever, so I sometimes lose my spot. Slingo, do you plan on adding any more faction names, or letting you just type one in? We won't type one in, but it is injectable, so people can add more. But all of our faction names we have in there are spoken by at least 3 characters, so that's why we left it that way for now. And then mods will be able to inject more. We might add like a little asterisk on ours or something so that you can clearly see which ones are spoken, because I think that's what most people would prefer. But in the long term, especially for subsequent playthroughs, you probably would rather have just whatever custom one you want. And it's just like the pet name system where people can just inject whatever they want. So people could put out a thing with like, oh yeah, good, they're starting to get conscripted. People could put in, 1,000 new faction names for you to choose. Zambambino, I'm running into a bug on Xbox. Revolt 75 mission, and in the HQ where I am free falling through the floor as I entered the cell. The entire floor is just void except for random objects. That sounds like the pre-combines are broken. What's funny is that yeah, that sounds like the pre-combines are broken. What version are you on, Zambambino? Are you on the today's version 300E? That is actually one of the things that takes up the most room on Xbox is our pre-combines for those 2 cells. So it sounds like they're just not working. So let me put that on my list. That's not something I can fix right this second. But I'll put Xbox pre-combines may be broken. I don't think they should be because we use the exact same, because I mean, I guess it's possible. But I definitely packaged them up right before we launched. And I would have used the same files I have on PC, so it's very odd. Unless maybe that's the problem. Maybe I need to let it generate its own for Xbox. Okay, most of them are turning into soldiers now. All right, so let's head back to Somerville area. Alright, let's turn off T-Detect again, so I'm not fighting Mirelurks. Saito, yeah, that probably is the case right now about, you said, does that mean we can't have an alliance with the Minutemen unless you finish the game with them, even if you're a general and chose to name your faction the Minutemen? Yeah, I believe that is how it's set up right now. So, like I said, we'll probably tinker with those later, but the goal up front was to make it so that, oh hey, look, we just triggered internal affairs, to make it so that you basically have to choose one of the 4 majors as an option of an alliance, because we were following the base game. Oh, hello, buddy. The base game design. I'm invisible as far as you're concerned. T-Detect is off. No way is this worth it. He's just firing blindly. Why can't I kill you with the Deliverer? What is going on? One hardy raider. Alright, go ahead and mark our location here. And we'll go ahead and mark some other stuff while we're at it before we turn T-Detect back on. So we know what we gotta go run around and kill. I guess I don't need to hide with T-Detect off. Yeah, I can just run around in here. I can just cheat like crazy. Run around in here, marking turrets for myself. By the way, if you haven't figured it out yet, you do not have to push the trigger on the binoculars. You just hover. And if you do push the trigger, it actually resets the targets. I watched somebody do that on stream recently. Identified non-hostiles. Who did I scan that's non-hostile? Oh, I wonder if those turrets aren't... Oh, yeah. See, one of those turrets isn't a hostile yet. It's just why these ones were fighting the gunners. They did not convert properly. Here we go. No, man, there's a lot of turrets in this place. I didn't see any of the gunners. Where are they hiding at? Are they in the house just having drinks? You can actually mark the settlers too if you want. You can get those non-hostile targets. Oh, what do we got here? Oh, you guys look sad and pathetic. There we go. Oh, took over the bar. Oh, the gunners are just running your guys' stores. Oh, there's our big boy. Oh, yeah, the gunners are running a business in here. Legitimate enterprise is what they're going for. Okay, well, let me scan through those people. Alright, that's enough targets marked. We should be able to do some damage here. Alright, we're going to come out here. Get into stealth. Make another save. Let's see. We'll do save. We'll just save over that other one. Let's see. What was it called? Somerville testing. And fire our flare into the air, and then we wait. And now this is normally the time where I would mark some more targets, but we did that up front. Oh, I should turn off T-Detect again. AI detection back on. There we go. George McCrory, I'm having a problem with upgrading city plans. I have it set to so that I have to manually upgrade, but the option isn't popping up. I don't think the build limit is the problem. when you're in a settlement that you think should be eligible to upgrade, what kind of symbols do you see on the left-hand HUD piece? So there are a few different elements for it. One is you have to have up to a minimum, you have to reach most of the population that the city plan's current level can support. You have to hit a minimum happiness threshold. So it's, let me think what it is. It's 70 for level 1 upgrade, 80 for level 2 upgrade, 90 for level 3 upgrade. And then a certain amount of time has to pass. It's 10 days for level 1, 20 days for level 2, 30 days for level 3. So 60 days in total to get all the way to level 3. So if you haven't met all of those requirements, that's probably why. If you're sure you've met those requirements, then that is definitely a bug. Okay, here we go. Let's start nuking turrets. Alright, where's Big Bertha? Come here. Something's broken. Not my fault. That was the robot's fault. Alright, I'm gonna just pop these just to make sure they don't spring to life midway through. There we go. There's another one up there. Okay, oh, here our other robot friend. Hey, buddy. Oh man, we got quite the Saltron too. Let's take out the bartenders. Run away, little kid. Hey, buddy. Oh, there's another turret I missed. I can't tell where those bullets come from. Are they coming from behind me? Oh yeah, hey buddy. I guess I could just run the kill command on them, but I'm actually enjoying even though... Whoa, there's my squad. Popped up behind me all of a sudden. That was the worst crit ever. Alright, I'm keeping this in VATS just so that he doesn't get to waste all my guys. That big old cannon. There we go. Alright. Who else we got? Who else we got? Gunneral Corporal. Hey, buddy. Oh, those turrets are back. No. There we go. Now they're popping off. Before, like, they just kind of went into sleep. That was weird. Who's still alive? Who's still alive? Somebody up there? Alright, you guys got him. I can definitely... There's still more bodies up here. And I haven't seen reinforcements trigger yet. Yeah, get them. Don't kill the settlers. Move, move. Oh, here we go. Oof, almost popped that settler there. There we go. Alright, let's see. Who else is alive? Down here is somebody. Alright. So we don't have to take out the turrets. I just tend to keep them from wasting everybody. point blank. That's all we got. That was not enough damage. Alright, we still haven't triggered any reinforcements. That's shocking. How about over this way? Oh, we got trees in the way. Hey, buddy. Oh, you're the same one from last time. Okay, are we getting reinforcements from them? I don't know how many more soldiers we need to get to the next level of reinforcements. We should definitely be there by now. The only thing that's come to mind, I wonder if we have it... Yep, there it is. Enemy reinforcements spotted coming from University Point. Okay. Alright, now we'll see if that happened. I don't know if you, Mal, if you remember where your reinforcements came from, but... So let's see, where is University Point? That's kind of far, isn't it? University Point way over here. So, we'll see, could be a minute before they get here. One of the features on my to-do list is the ability to stim pack your own soldiers. I had it already solved. For whatever reason, the default stim pack your companion system doesn't work with this. And I remember I solved it in Conqueror, and I just haven't ported that over yet. So you will be able to do that in the future. Especially for situations like this. It'd be a fun little thing to do while you're waiting. Run around and find all your down soldiers and pick them up. Oh, oh. Somebody make it already, or are you just murdering settlers? No, no. One down. Take out remaining reinforcements. Alright, there's not that many then. One over there, a couple this way. I should be able to take care of that one. Let's go get these guys over here. Because Mal described it being some invisible markers, so I'm guessing the ones outside of the settlement. Uh-oh. Oh, no. Oh, good thing we're in God mode. Oh, it's a robot. Alright. Hey, buddy. So I will say this. Occasionally NPCs, when you spawn them in the world, can end up under the world. So could be something like that. I don't know why they'd be just invisible markers. That seems very odd. That I would, unless it was like on the ground, the person went under the world. But the only thing I can think to do, because we're not replicating it looks like, would be to add some sort of timer where it's like after a certain amount of time, if you don't engage with the reinforcements, then they get teleported to somewhere near you, right? Like maybe the spawn point for the settlement where the settlers spawn, so that way you don't have to be chasing them all over hell and back. That would be the only thing I could think to do to prevent that. Oh, hey, wow, that was a heck of a reinforcement spawn. Is that the last one, or are we getting another wave? Your reinforcements are coming. Too late, guys. Appreciate the thought, though. So we have two ways the reinforcements can trigger. One is there's a timer. There's just like a timer that goes if you last for so long in the battle and you haven't won yet, you'll automatically trigger reinforcements from nearby locations that have patrols connecting them. Oh, cool. We got some rank ups. So I'm guessing that the person's save this had set up patrols between a bunch of places. And, well, actually, the patrol thing doesn't matter for when you're assaulting. It's just that's within range. It's when it's defense where the patrols matter. So it's after a timer, it can trigger them, and then also it can trigger them if you get down. I don't remember if it's either when you lose your last when your last person goes down, or when you get like down to a small percentage, like when you're down to 10% of your troops, which is basically when you're down to your last guy. It can auto trigger as well, but there's a chance that they can just happen like that, where you get reinforcements in the middle of combat without everyone being down, and that can be a lot of fun, where all of a sudden the tide turns. I don't know if the cinematic camera is enabled or not on this save, so I'm just kind of hanging out. But it does look like it eventually they got to us. Some of them clearly like teleported around a bit. So I can just put that on my note list of like I should add for reinforcements a backup teleport system. So unfortunately we were not able to reproduce teleport. I'm curious what grade I got on that defense, because most of my guys are down. Backup teleport system for enemy reinforcements. Just writing myself some notes because that would be difficult to implement right now. Alright, let's see here. Scrolling on down to chat. Let's see if we got any more requests. Well, that was a nice little break from you guys watching me code. Oh, and there goes a scroll screen. Let's see how bad I did. I'm going to guess a C. Sometimes you get S's for what seems like no reason because the enemy forces were so much stronger than you and you didn't realize it. Burn that gunner flag. Yes, yes, yeah. 17 kills, 11 injuries. So the way that, and the spoils are always massive when you take back a settlement, because it shows you all of the resources that settlement had in its inventory of spoils. So if you ever feel like you're getting scores you don't deserve, the score system is based on the rank and actual in-game level of the NPCs you fought and your own settlers, and then it's like a the system is scaled. So if you have a bunch of weak settlers, like I probably do, none of them they were all probably just turning to rank 2 right now. That's what that level up was. A bunch of rank 2s against, you know, those high-end, what do you call them? Sentry bots. And there were 4 of them total. So you get all the sentry bots. Those are ranked really high. Like all the brigadiers, the lieutenants, those are all high level, and then our soldiers are probably rank 2. So we didn't have to do particularly well to get an S rank there. All right. And by the way, you can if you hate that score screen because it's unimmersive, you can turn it off. Same with the cinematic camera. But in our testing, when we first introduced that, people were like, "Whoa, that's so awesome!" So it was all right. Let's start and enabled. I think Kenneth, I think an opportunity was missed by keying the responses from Salvador toward a female sole survivor instead of the male military veteran. I think we have both. So if you played as a male character and Salvador said some lines that faced like they were a female, then that could be a mistake. That could just be a condition error. But we definitely... So Rick is very, very good about finding and repurposing vanilla lines. He even likes to take them and cut them together to make new slight variations. So like that was one of the... During the last like 2 weeks of testing, we had a whole bunch of player lines that were completely wrong because they were chopped up from 2 or 3 player lines. So I'm sure that most of the male character being a veteran is referenced in here somewhere. Little Chief, in HQ on Xbox, there's purple textures over the window pane, parts of the cubicles in the main entrance area, and other rare instances like CPD questline having purple patches. Yeah, the purple textures are very difficult for us to solve on Xbox. So on Xbox, we don't get to we give it the textures, the same textures we give it to PC, and then the creation kit converts them, and so we have to like keep trying different export settings to try and get them, and then we have to deal with the fact that we need to shrink them down so they can fit on Xbox. And I described it to somebody in our Patreon Discord recently that it's nightmare fuel to deal with Xbox textures, which is why you guys get stuck with so many purple. One day I'm hoping we find somebody joins the team or volunteers their assistance to help us deal with that, but I have so little knowledge of the texture system. And we don't... Oddly enough, we have a lot of designers on our team, but not a lot of like technical artists who know all the behind the scenes stuff here. So some of these bugs that seem long that have been in for a long time, or because nobody on the team has the knowledge or has found the knowledge. I've definitely done a lot of research on it, and the only way I've been able to fix some of them in the past, like the CPD quest line, there's the purple patches are the decals for the Hellhounds. And I fixed it at one point by putting the PC version of the texture in. But that's so huge, and then so I'm betting when we shrunk it again, and with 3.0 patch, it probably loaded the Xbox versions again, which break. And I don't know why. I think the way Bethesda does it, and this is just a theory craft based on some files that gets generated. When you are in the creation kit, you can generate the textures that represent the faces you created in game. So like when you when you're making your character and you can add like makeup and blemishes and stuff like that, you can do that in the CK too, and then you can export that all as a flat texture, which I think just makes it a little more efficient. And it's always in a TGA format, which is this giant file. My guess is it's something like that. We need to have all of our textures in TGA, and then the Xbox, and then the CK can convert those to Xbox correctly. But we don't have that, and so like we probably need to go through and like create TGA versions of all of those textures and something like that. But it just hasn't happened, because I bet if we had an Xbox player on our team, they would probably be a priority. But I think I'm maybe one of two maybe of us who own an Xbox even. Nick Carter, some of the soldiers that helped attack the pier had invisible bodies. Known issue. That was an issue I thought we fixed. That would mean that we have a bad piece of gear in some of our lists. Although, let me check that. So I think you're talking about like the freedom fighters, right? The ones that are labeled freedom fighter. Let's check the... actually, that would be in chapter 3. Let's go... What do we call those? I think they're called Salvador soldiers or something like that in the CK. Oh, why is my mouse going so slow all of a sudden? Well, let's see. Leveled Salvador soldier. So these are using leveled lists. So Nick, this could be some items in your load order, not necessarily, unless you're playing on a minimal load order. But let's check what their leveled list is so you can confirm. I thought I created custom leveled lists because I was worried about that. I was like, I don't want to have these guys getting like geared to the teeth by some random mod. They're supposed to be like a ragtag group. So I'm pretty sure I created them their own leveled lists, but well, let's double check. Also, I don't know why my mouse speed is so bad. It's really irritating. All right, so let's check their inventory is, let's see here. I'm leaving the game up. I like having the background sound. All right, so we do have a custom outfit for them. So SS2C3 Sal. We'll look under outfits, Salvador soldiers, Salvador soldier armor, and under armor. That's going to be one of those two that's causing the problem for you. Probably under armor. Let's see what's in the list. These leveled list screens are a little bit slow. All right, so that is a deeper pool of armor. How about under armor? So the invisible body usually means that some piece of clothing they're wearing. Okay, yeah, and so all of our clothing, which this is what the pieces that would have the body on them, these are all vanilla. So I think one of your mods is mucking with one of these three here. That would be my guess. Because these are the three that tend to control the skin of the soldiers. Or the whatever the under armor is. And so those are the three we've got right now. So I'll have to check your load order and see if any of those are being modified. And it could be something like it's the edits that are done, like, so like if we look at these, if I pop one open, this is a little so these slots right here, so you have these different slots that they use up. That's basically when it's, if one of them is expecting those slots to be free, and then something in these level, or let's say, so this is saying that it's gonna represent, this Under Armour is gonna represent the body, the torso, the left right arm, left right leg, right? If one of our like armor or something is set to use those, actually that shouldn't be the case. I would guess it would be more something like some mod extended it to use left and right hand or something as well, and then one of our arm pieces is using a left or right hand. It would make it so that this whole thing would get unequipped, and then all of a sudden you wouldn't have a body anymore. That would be, that's a guess. I don't know. It's hard. This stuff is just outside of my knowledge realm. Like, we have other people on the team who do this stuff, so I just know just enough to be dangerous. But yeah, I don't think. Let me see what we're using here. We tried to, all of our leveled lists tend to end in vanilla items, so I'm checking how deep this goes to give you an idea of where you could search. And if more people are having it, then it could absolutely be something with the way we have it set up. But I'm 99% certain we're using all vanilla. Yeah, see, we're using a lot of DC guard equipment. Like we have our own leveled list, but it all results in vanilla items. Oh, here we go. We've got one that these are not. Let's see what's going on with this. And this is actually, this looks like a mistake to me. We had got rid of a lot of these custom pieces because we wanted to use vanilla. But even that, it's still just DC guard models. It's just for whatever reason we have a custom record here. So yeah, I'm not sure why that's happening. If it's happening for multiple people, the best thing to do, Nick, to get that solved would be post a save with the issue, and then I can just look at I can just drop all their equipment on the ground and figure out which piece is causing the invisibility, and see if it's something impacting by SS2 or if it's a mod added. I mean, I'll know because if it's mod added, it won't appear for me because I'm not going to load up all your mods. Let's see here. NDF and Q. Any chance we're getting Frank LeDank and his cybernetic army, or Ron and his army of Gregs? I don't think so. That still today is my least popular mod of all time. Because if you weren't in on the on Ricky Summer Gang, then you had no idea what any of that stuff was. So it was like the hardest inside joke I've ever put together. Because it actually took a lot of work to do that. So we're probably not coming back. But, I mean, if somebody wants to port it once we're done, they are welcome to. They have my permission. Need to enable full RGB and NVIDIA control panel again. Maybe it's in the change resolution tab. I think I was tinkering with that, but I'll check that after the stream and see if I can get my color fixed. Fallout family, you take over an area, it shows the American flag instead of your flag. Yeah, so that actually, we never added, we had it in the alpha and then we removed it, and you'll understand why later. We had the ability to set what would be called your empire flag. So normally when you set a flag, you're setting it just for the settlement. So like, for example, if I come in here and I just go ahead and build a new city planner's desk, just like if I go, or even it's on both desks, I believe. If I come in here and click on the flag, and I change it to, we'll say we'll make it Brotherhood. It'll update all the flags, but it doesn't update my flags and my other settlements. Like, it won't mess with my GNN flags or my sanctuary flags or anything like that. It's on a per settlement basis. We've never given you a tool to set what we would call your empire flag, like a one flag to rule them all. And we actually, so the reason is, I said I would explain in a second, we have a new desk that's coming in a future update, and it's going to be probably PC only because of what it does. But we will, once we add it, we can find another mechanism for Xbox players to set an empire flag. But we have a desk that lets you craft a flag out of armor pieces, like it acts like an armor bench, and you actually craft a flag by choosing a background material, a background color, and then an emblem and an emblem color, and then it creates a set of flags based on what you choose. So you basically have, like we have the flag packs, we actually are going to have the ability for you to design a flag right in-game, and then that'll become your empire flag, and that'll get set on all your settlements and territories and everything. So that's a feature that got cut last minute because we didn't have time to finish it. We've got like this giant Xedit script that creates these insane plugins for this. It's going to be like an extra. It's not even going to be an extended. It's going to be like its own plugin to enable this thing because it's such a monster. It creates this mega mod with like 250,000 records. It's I remember when I proposed it to Pra, he's like, "Are you sure this is a good idea?" And then we tested it and with hundreds of thousands of records, and the game still ran. But we're like, "Yeah, this probably is not going to work on Xbox." So that is why you don't have it. It's because I had it working, but it was on a desk that's disabled temporarily, and I never added it to somewhere else. So I will find some other place to put it. But yeah, it would be nice to be able to set your empire flag, so that way in all of your territories and everything you capture, it gets the same flag. That would make the little flag burning thing that happens during the cinematic much more satisfying if it always placed your flag. So I agree with you. We had it and then we lost it, and I just haven't added it back again. That is that quick? Is that quick? I guess we could do that right now. Let me check if anybody's got a bug, though, because that's a quality of life feature. That's like not a... Should not be what I'm working on tonight. Yagi, are gunners meant to be able to spawn with the new gun even before Chapter 3 starts? I'm only at MQ12 and just picked one up. No, they are not. If they're showing up with the new gun before that, that is someone made a mistake. If you get a chance, Yagi, if you could find whoever had that, whatever gunner had it, and click on their body, and I don't know if you have Better Console F4SE installed, but it makes it so when you click on things, you get all this information on the right. And if you have that, that'd be awesome. I can use the base ID there, and I can solve that problem. I guess we can kind of figure it out. Let's go to... Let's find the gun. So it is IDRF. Let's see. Use info. Where is it being used? Abandon those leveled lists. And then is any of these being used by... What are they being used by? NPC unit form, basic level gunner advent. That's correct. So I guess the only way that this should be possible is if this unit got put into one of the earlier things somehow. Unit type, default units, Lamont gunners. No, I have no clue how that would have got in backfilled, because we're using totally different records. I guess it's yeah, I don't know. That's gonna be a weird one. I'll probably have to replicate it in order to fix that, because it's clearly like the gun's not injected into any of the lists for them. So yeah, I don't know how that would be possible. Definitely not. Like the whole point, like we wouldn't have added that gun in just to like flex. It was for story reasons is why it's in here. It's like to represent that this new wave of gunners is better armed than the previous one. Chapter 3 Gunner Squad is spawning at Federal Supply Cache even before being up to that point in the quest line. Interesting. Federal Supply Cache. Where is that one? I wonder if we accidentally preceded that one. Let's go check. Or if we forgot to start them disabled. Is that the only ones you're seeing with that, Yagi, or are you seeing them at some other location? Because if it's just those, we just probably forgot to disable some that start there at the beginning. I think that's a glowing sea location, right? That's like, I think that's because I think we use that location in one of our quests. Oh, that's a Commonwealth spot. That's right. Federal Supply Cache. I feel like that's in the glowing sea. The doctor, I tagged you on Twitter. I got a video. Awesome. So once I hear that, I'll be able to send that over to our audio team, and they'll be able to get me that line or lines. Mario, thank you for the subscribe. Let's see here. Glowing sea. I'm guessing it's this one that I have edited here, because I remember we added some stuff to one of these glowing sea locations. We added some of these places, it turns out, don't have location data or map markers set up, which is why the glowing sea is criminally underused, because it's not configured well. But I think in here we may have like pre-planted some gunners. So let's see. Yeah, Lamont faction gunner. Ah, yeah. See, they're missing the enable parent and they're missing the initially disabled. So that is the problem. These were supposed to be parented, and it looks like none of them got parented. So we can fix that bug right now. Lamont faction gunner. All right, let's do we have a layer here? We'll go ahead and close the game out. We'll save it just for fun. Save post summer. Go. Okay, let's see here. So we need to set up enable parent out here. We don't have a layer out here yet, so we'll put one out here. C3, SAO3. Oops. SAO3 stuff. Sure. that'll be earlier. Active, we'll move these guys onto it. Alright, we'll go ahead and find all these guys. So it's all of you guys. And this thing. Add to layer. And I think I saw somebody report that this, there's a note here that's only supposed to appear under certain circumstances, and I think it's appearing no matter what. So let's, that one's initially disabled. I wonder if it's set up correctly in the quest or not though. All right, and then we will do an enable parent. So enable under static, drop this guy in the world here. Do I have markers disabled or do I just not see it anywhere? Oh, there it is. All right, I'll take you over here. And I like to flip these upside down so I remember that they're initially disabled without having to open them. Start you initially disabled. Select all loaded references on layer. And we just, actually we can just do it from here. We just want these guys. We will link them. Nope, not set link ref. We want set enable parent. All right, do that. And then we'll go ahead and break this up here. And all right, let's see if we already have, I could see something like we have it set up, the quest set up for it, and then we just forgot to actually put it in here. So let's check. Aliases, there's the map marker, territory controller. Oh, we have the individual gunners set up here. Let's see, do we have them? I might have to get rid of that enable parent. Let's see. Check our aliases. Gunners. Try to enable. Yep, so we weren't supposed to use an enable parent. Bye-bye enable parent. We were just supposed to mark them initially disabled and we forgot to. All right, so that's easier. All right, find all those guys. Here we go. And we just changed them to set initially disabled do. And there we go. So now we can lift that as a bug. What did we call this location? Federal Supply Cache 84NE. Let's copy paste that right out of Yogi's message. Add that to our list. All right. Oh wait, how do I do it? There it is. All right, let's fix some capitalization. There we go. Another bug solved. Nice little easy one. Hopefully that was the only place you found gunners with the new weapon. I'm hoping we didn't accidentally cross-contaminate Chapter 2 stuff. All right, let's see here. Oh, and we lost another chunk of, my apologies, lost another giant chunk of chat to the YouTube muncher. Let's see, Yogi, how does it work out? Your letter ranking for a raid seems arbitrary to me. Yeah, I think I already explained that. You probably asked that before I said anything, but it's has to do with levels. So we look at the actual in-game level of the NPCs, both yours and most of your settlers are probably level 1. So they're naturally going to be down level. And then each rank we count as 10 in-game levels. So a rank 5 soldier will count as a level 50. And then it's just kind of, we like balance it out. So it's like we had a mathematician do this actually for us, give us like the scales of like how you balance this out. He happened to be on the team at the time, and he did all the math for us for it. So yeah, it does feel very arbitrary, and that's because you don't see the levels of the enemies, but it's all based on NPC levels. It's NPC levels, and then like the number of losses you take. So taking a whole, like for example, if you had if you took 2 groups of level 1 soldiers. Say you had 5 and they had 15, and let's do it the other way around. You had 15 and they had 5, and you lost like 5 of your guys, then you're going to get a terrible score because you should have just stomped them. Like, it's like based on that, like it's how close should the fight be, and then how close did it actually end up being, and that's how your ranking is determined. So I would say that the issue is probably more if the ratings feel arbitrary, that means we've done a poor job of our curve, right? So like in an ideal situation, it should feel like, oh, that went terrible, and then you get an E, and it's like, oh, that felt like it went great, and you get an S, right? Like you should have an instinct about what your score is going to be, and since that's not the case, that tells me that we probably have a bad balance set up right now, which is one of the reasons that we didn't release all of the different units and loadouts we had originally planned, is because we never got them far enough along to be properly balanced. And so we put our effort into all right, well, let's make sure that the gunner units are at least interesting and we have a decent pool of them, and then once we figure them out and we get them balanced, then it'll make it a lot easier to balance other factions when we go in and add units for them. So sounds like we got a lot of work to do still there if the raids feel, or if the rankings feel very arbitrary. Granted, it's always going to have a little bit of feeling of arbitrary because because you have such a huge impact, right? Like if you're good at the game and you're high level and you got a lot of good perks, or if you're cheating like me, then you can just take on the lion's share of the damage yourself and protect your people. It's going to get even easier once we add in the stim pack, because one of the ways that we count one of the goals is if you stim pack up your guy, then he won't count as a casualty at the end of the battle. So it's like a way. So the idea was that we could let the player play kind of combat medic if they want, instead of actually running in themselves and having to do all the killing. They could run around and pick people up, and we were even going to give the player a syringer that could shoot stim packs, and like we'll probably still do that. It just hasn't happened yet because more pressing things right now. Dova King, I ran into a problem in Sanctuary and I ran the city plan. I went back to it and some of the plots were exploding and did have nothing to do with it, and they did not build back. So there are two cases where the city plan can blow up plots. One is if you built the city plan and you previously had plots there, it could blow up the old ones. The other is if your city plan upgrades, then it can replace plots. So then if it went to level 2, it can get rid of previous plots and replace them with new ones. That was a feature we added in SS2. In SS1, plots were considered sacred in city plans, and so designers had to work around that, and we got a lot of feedback we got from designers both on our team and the contest was that it was very, very restrictive to what they could pull off with city plans, and they wanted the ability to have their city plan upgrades just get rid of plots or change them completely, and so we added that. Because it tended to be that most people who use city plans aren't doing a ton of customization of them. It tends to be that it's like, I just want to automate that away so I don't have to do it. Like I want to have something there, but I don't want to be responsible for placing all these items. Let's see. Will there be a conflict with the advanced AI mod? If that's the one that was in Hot Files a couple weeks ago, I think all it does is increases the radius that NPCs can detect things, and yeah, that's going to cause. I mean, that's like the equivalent of installing War of the Commonwealth. Like you're just asking for everything to break, because now you're talking about all these NPCs that, especially scenes that are in the overworld. Like I'm sure you've all experienced the moment in Chapter 1 where Stodge and company are battling blood bugs or something, or like the raiders in Scaver's at the beginning of Chapter 1 where they're holding hostage some of your settlers and then they run away to fight bloatflies. Like imagine that to 11. Like that's, yeah, I like the idea of having better AI, but from what I understand from people who told me that they dug into the mod, it's pretty simple. It basically just like uncaps their vision limitations, and that's going to have a lot of unforeseen consequences. So I won't be using that mod because I don't want random combat to be bursting out everywhere. I mean, obviously I do. I like lots of combat. That's the whole premise of Chapter 3. But yeah, that seems like it would be really hard to do any quests that happen in the overworld if you've got that on. How do I know when a soldier has leveled up? Braytech says. First of all, we have a visual and a sound. Like we play the level up sound effect, and we put like a radiation explosion on the NPC. But you can also see it by going to the Manage Soldier menu. It'll show you their new rank. Granny Vats, I'm really looking forward to getting to Chapter 3. Yeah, hope you make it. Hope you make it and you have a nice stable save. And if not, that's why we put the cheat system in, so you could skip past the ones you already did. Moth, what is your suggested mod load order for Sim Settlements 2 Chapter 3 run on Xbox? I mean, on Xbox, it's you run Workshop Framework, HUD Framework, and the 3 chapters. That's it. That's my suggested load order. I don't know if you've got a couple of like little utility mods you like that add quality of life stuff, grab those. But otherwise, yeah, you shouldn't. You're just not gonna have room for anything. You have 60 megs to play with after you install all 3 chapters. A squad had spawned at a quest location before the quest to do it. Hopefully that was the one we just fixed, Yagi, but I'm so far behind on chat. Yes, Glowing Sea. Okay, cool. So hopefully we just fixed that bug. That would be awesome. Choo Choo, welcome back to usual Wednesday stream. Yeah, I was back last week too. And I'm not ready to play Chapter 3. So we're going to be doing like, I don't know what, every week until then. We're just playing random stuff. We're going to do bug fixes. We'll do... The only thing I thought I might play would be keep working on my hard mode save, but I think if I'm playing Sim Settlements, people are going to want me to play Chapter 3 quests. So I suggested earlier in the stream I might start Chapter 3 once after Starfield comes out, because like I'm going to be most of my free time is going to be playing Starfield, just like most of you when that comes out for a couple of weeks. So having Wednesdays to check back in with you guys and let you know I'm still alive and I still will be coming back to Sim Settlements, and doing so by actually playing Sim Settlements I think will be nice. Be a good time to... I definitely want to keep streaming when Starfield comes out, especially because I've mentioned this in my streams before, is because I don't have a ton of time to keep up with my messages or to troll on the forums. This is like my guaranteed touch point with you guys every week, so that I get a chance to talk to folks and let you know what I'm thinking and what we're working on. And so being able to continue doing that while I'm addicted to Starfield, I think would be nice. Because we're coming back. We got a lot of plans. It's been like it's been such a big part of so many of our lives on the team that like it's hard for us to let it go. But we also just have like, there's certain things that are just missing from making the experience feel complete. So we want to fix that and get some of those missing elements in. Chinese says, and I love HQ, but not the mechanics. The scrap collection is slow. Spend a week in game and have wonder scripts. So it actually doesn't collect scrap. This is one of the reasons that I want to change. I talked about this earlier. I want to change supply agreements because I think there's a lot of confusion about what's going on with HQ. So we have a big patch in the works to redo some stuff, but it doesn't actually collect scrap. It basically uses stuff from your settlements. So you basically have to set up supply agreements. You just get logistics employees, make supply agreements with all your different settlements, and you'll have access to all their surplus, just like you would at your settlements. So the difference is, instead of setting up like caravan services, you set up supply agreements, set up one with each of your settlements, and boom, you've got access to all your scrap. So that is all you got to do in that. So get some logistics employees, set up supply agreements. Zam Bambino, any future plans for the empty HQ room in the back by the T-stairs and dome yet? So we originally had on our docket, we were going to do a trophy room, and it was going to, if you've used our Longfellow's Cabin city plan in Rise of the Commonwealth, you may have seen the museum thing we did there, and it's basically like, based on what quests you've done in the base game, we display new museum pieces, like new little displays, and some of the displays will evolve depending on which way you went with the quest or how far you are in it. And we wanted to do that in HQ, have something that would like have dynamic statues that would represent major story moments that you completed in the base game. And then the person who does the design for that kind of stuff kind of fell off the wayside, didn't have a lot of time. He's since come back and has worked on stuff, but we just never brought that project back into production. And so that was the intention. But for now, it's just like I believe there's a couple of add-on packs that add design for that room you can grab. But yeah, that was our intention, and hopefully we'll get back to it eventually. Let's see. Stuck trying to target a cleared Coast Guard pier with binoculars, but no luck. Can't do it. The range on the binoculars is 11. Let me show you how to do it, because we went through this a lot in testing. Hopefully I have a save that's right next to there. Or hopefully the quest skipping will work to get me there. Alright, let's see where our save situation is here. This one might work. Let's try it. At worst, I might have to play... this is probably going to make me play through the sequence with the Ron, which I don't want to do. I gotta look for another save. It's definitely a challenge for that one. We actually have been talking about... So the binoculars have an issue that we are limited what we can do with the reticle, like the overlay, because the overlays are like hard coded into a flash file. And so let's see here. Art of War. No, that's not where we want to be. We want to be before Art of War. So we can't change the way. Really, if we could just put a crosshair in the middle, that would solve a lot of this problem. But we unfortunately cannot. Okay, now we're getting into... Those are my LP saves. So none of those are going to have it. Yeah, this is the best one. I guess I can look up some skip commands here. So we don't want to speak to the Ron right now. Let's see if we can do... Let me check the stages for this. So this is MQ31, I believe. Alright, we're going to do... Alright, we'll do stage... We'll do 30, 40, and then we'll see what happens. All right, set stage. Don't copy what I'm doing. This is not necessarily a good idea. Stage skipping in this chapter is really risky, but we're just doing it to demonstrate something. So we'll do 30 and 40, and we should get an objective to go talk to Salvador. There we go. Let's see. Ingrid Tours. Glenn Miller, is it possible to post a link to a save that is all ready to go for Chapter 3? I'm sure you have one that you use for testing. So we have one for testing, but it has nothing built. So like I actually thought about doing this at some point, and we just never got around to it, of like building up a save where all the settlements are built up and HQ is done, and it's more than just quest skipped, and we just never got to it. So our test save is very, very rudimentary. It's basically we just use the cheat command. We use the holotape to skip ahead. So it's no different than what you could make yourself. So we don't really have anything amazing for testing in that way. And that's mostly because we have... there are some things where we would change it, and it's such a fundamental system level that it would have invalidated our test save anyway. Because every time when we're in alpha, we don't consider the health of save files. So we obviously, like your live files we do, but any save that had been on a previous alpha, we consider it's useless now. We have to keep rebooting them. So we have to start from scratch every time. So we use the cheat holotape a lot as our mechanism for... That's why the cheat holotape really exists, is because we needed it for testing anyway. Yeah, so we invalidate our saves every time. So now that we're live, we don't do that anymore, so we could make one because we try to make sure that any changes we make will work retroactively as much as possible. Oh good. Everybody fighting the rad stags. Go away. Stop interfering with our quest. You too, baby. Baby rad stag. Get that Bambi. Get that mutant Bambi. Let's go. Alright, now this guy should come talk to me. You got something to say? No, he's like, I'm in combat now. Can't talk. We missed one? Got him. Alright, do you have something to say to me now?
Another day
Excuse
in
me.
the Commonwealth.
You don't want to talk? What was that? I don't know what's going on with this guy. You got anything for me? Did you break? Is this thing? Can this thing break from combat? It might. All right. Well, now we got a potential bug to fix here. Let's see. Or that could be a result of me quest skipping. Let's check that though. Let's go to MQ31.
Nothing after.
You win.
All right. Let's see here. That is Sal Camp Guard approach. Only ends on death. Allows the dialogue camera.
It's over.
Oh, I know what the issue is. It's Teresa. Yeah, this is an issue of us quest skipping. So we quest skip, so the game doesn't know how to handle the fact that Teresa is already over there.
Hey there.
She's supposed to be with me right now. Actually, she might be disabled. Let's do this. Surface variable 31. Prid 9048335. Get disabled. Yep, she's disabled. So this is a this is one of the things we've been slowly testing. Is like, all right, what are all the point? Because sometimes in the middle of quests, we'll like disable an actor and put them in a holding cell so they're out of the way, and then if the quest skipping is skipping the stage that re-enables them, then they just stop working. So we need to do enable, move to player. I know.
Hi.
Is it too late? Did we already?
What's going on?
You know,
There we go.
Jake barely left your side while you were out of it.
Oh, no.
I mean, we all visited, but Jake,
Excuse me.
he was really worried about you. This camp, it's Salvador's, right? I'm an old friend. We need to talk to him.
You can enter. Just keep your hands where we can see them.
Was her dialogue? It felt like it was set up in stereo and only coming into my left ear. I can't tell if that was. I don't know what's going on there. That felt her lines there just felt really odd. If they're mismastered.
I've been looking for you.
Hey, Sal. Sure been a while. How you doing?
Teresa.
All right, we're gonna just fast forward through this because we're not trying to play through the quest line. We just want to get.
It's nice to meet you.
Excuse me. Get to the
For what
point
it's worth, I'm sorry.
that PT Pricing is talking about.
Come on.
I'm here because I
Yep.
need...
Blah blah blah. We'll play this later.
But
You can.
Because we care what happens to the Commonwealth. Okay. I'll do my best.
no. However,
I'm ready.
good.
Yeah.
Okay. Here we go. All right, so over here is where we're gonna get introduced to binoculars, and hopefully, I have the patch installed on this play because we added in a what do you call it? We added some little tutorial pop-ups for the binoculars. One of the things I started using in Chapter 3 we never really used before is the little help messages in the corner. that Bethesda uses a lot at the beginning of the game. The little ones that have like the Vault Boy image in the corner to draw your attention to them, and they just keep displaying there until you do the thing. They're like at the beginning in the vault. You get them where it's like press Y to reload or whatever. Started adding some of those in for. We used them during the vertebrate thing because we knew no one would know about those things since we added them. So I'm going to try and use those more often because the pop-ups like that, watching people do playthroughs of SS2, it's crazy how many pop-ups, especially Chapter 2. So like we really like reined that in for Chapter 3, and most of them are now they only come up if you're running the Preparing for War holotape tutorials. Otherwise, most of those are suppressed. There's a few that we snuck in that felt necessary, or there wasn't a good moment in the tutorials to do it. Come on, Sal, you can do it. Just keep doing that Bethesda AI thing. Slowly meandering to where you need to go. Nick Carter, one of the clean options in the hangar said remove me. Is that a bug? Yeah. Yep, that's a bug. That was actually the when we started the stream, that was the issue I had up on screen on the tracker. Because it was one of those ones that has been in for basically since we started developing the hangar, which is like half a year ago, maybe more. And then it just kept getting bumped down the list of that wasn't important enough to tackle.
This is the spot.
All right.
Before we begin,
Okay, let's fast forward all this.
You don't need...
Thank you.
Sure. I'm all ears.
Director, a few days prior, a small vessel here.
Okay, we got our binoculars.
The area and mark it
Okay, so let's equip our binoculars.
for assault. That way, my troops will know where we want them to engage.
Okay, so there's a couple of things you can tag with the binoculars. The easiest are enemies, but if you can't find an enemy, if you can get it right over this little flagpole here, and stabilize.
Yes?
Thank you, Salvador. All right, let's see if we can find the sweet spot. And if this is broken, I'm gonna be bummed. Because when we first set this up, when we first set up the binoculars, there were, in all of our testing, there were no enemies around, so we had to do it this way. So if this isn't working, this will be on my list. And it might be, this is actually a unique, actually I might be able to test from here. So there's this is actually one of a handful of unique flags we put down that are pre-planted in the world. Like generally we dynamically position these because placing one for every single location in the world would have been a very awful task, and it would not have supported mod added locations, so we needed it to be dynamic. I'm trying to get this territory marker here. Let's see if I can do it this way. SS2C3 MQ31. Let's see. There it is. Prid. B0122F7. Let's check its quest script. Initial load, current theme. Alright, let's grab the territory controller script. And let's see how this thing interacts with the binoculars. Okay, so here's the on hit event. So register for hit event. Self target finder weapon. So target finder is like this invisible weapon that we fire out of the binoculars. So let's see here. So let's trigger on-cell load on it. Maybe that didn't fire correctly on this guy. Territory. Wait, no, it's Sim settlements v2 object references territory controller. Oh, we gotta do it all as one. Like that. Okay, let's try this. I want to be careful I don't accidentally hit that super in there. I want to hit the...
State your purpose.
Why are you using those hellos? Yeah, it's definitely not registering for hits. So there must be something blocking the target finder. Okay, yeah, so this is definitely something we need to fix. Because that is what, and it shouldn't be, it's like, I remember when we were doing testing, it wasn't that hard. It was, you just kind of like wiggle it around the flag and boop, you get it. That is, something has clearly changed there. So, let's see, is our target finder weapon not working anymore? Let's check that. Let's see, Conquest Manager. Target finder. Nope, it's not in that. So that means it is in a player script. Target finder weapon. Yep, we're definitely still using that. Okay. Fire beam forward to hit non-actors by firing from next mark. The enemies will alert to combat. Okay. Alright, so we can use this save right here though, so and we can add in a debug here. So let's see here. Save binocular territory testing. Also want to, because Sal's lines are going to drive me nuts, I want to condition those while we're sitting right here. Because his hellos and stuff should not be enabled right now. Oh, okay. Tag settlement is alias ref. I don't think he was saying those. What was he saying? State your purpose. He was saying these, right? Okay, yeah. And so we only want these being spoken while we're inside. We'll grab this. There we go. Hopefully that will make him stop yammering right there. Alright, so now let's do what we really came to do here. We want to add a debug here. Actually, we can just uncomment these debugs because clearly I went through this before and was trying to get this working. Player has magic effect, register for target hits. Alright, what is register for target hits doing? Workshops, territory controllers. Okay. Okay, so we've got that guy we'll recompile. So that is binocular. Let's find out what is happening here. Is it getting blocked? Alright, and then the other side we had that referenced was in here, register for hit event. Okay, we already have this. So actually we can check that in the log. That was already enabled, I believe. So let's check our log here. Targeting. Oops, spelling. Okay. Nope, those are just some sort of stack dumps. What is happening? Oh, that's probably from converting over to an outpost, because that is a very, very expensive procedure. All right, so we didn't trigger the one on the territory controller, so it's never detecting a hit from target finder weapon. Oh, because it's looking for the aggressor filter player, and I changed that. We actually now fire it from a dummy actor, because that was a thing we were fixing. Target finder weapon, the source is this blaming the dummy actor, because we were fixing an issue with, I don't know if you guys ever noticed in the vanilla game, if you have a recon scope and you scope somebody, the NPC will like act like there's somebody nearby. And I wanted to solve that, because like the binoculars would be way more fun if you could run around and tag everybody like MGS5. And so we had to do that. We have to spawn this like temporary invisible actor that is in the captive faction, which means that they're basically friendly to everybody, and they're the ones who fire the beam. So we need to change this. Where's the territory controller? We need to change get rid of the filter here on the aggressor. So we get rid of this. And then, let's see, register for hit event. Yeah, because nothing else is going to be doing that target find. Well, the target finder, we also use the target finder for other things. So we need to do, we need to check here. This player has the binoculars equipped. So if player, let's see, do we have if game.getPlayer, we need to do the same test we're doing in this thing, which is player has magic effect. Actually, you know what we can do? We can do, yeah, we got to do that. So we need to go actor player ref equals game.getPlayer. We need to do the same checks that thing's doing. If it has that. And we want to know if they're in iron sights, because if not, then it's not the player. Then it could be the Vitomatic or some other system, because we use this target finder multiple systems. We just basically don't want to have it start randomly triggering. Is in iron sights? How do we say that? Let's see. Is in iron sights. And then either way, will we re-register for the hit? And we need to establish this. All right, and then what is that? That is a magic effect, okay. All right, so now we need to compile binocular targeting script and territory controller. This will be a good one to fix. I've seen a lot of people say that this one's broken for them and couldn't figure out why. Usually because when I tested, we've got enemies there still. But in the later testing, because you can see now we got the super mutants alive. One of the reasons we did that, we actually Salvador actually comments based on if there are super mutants there. He says one thing, and we actually prepared for an eventual state where our hope is to have like a dynamic AI system where the NPCs can just invade wherever they want. So it'll be something like you do a pre-build game and you establish that, hey, I want an empire of raiders or an empire of super mutants to be in the world already, right, when I start. And then they could just dynamically take territory. So then like if some other faction is there, then I think Salvador has a comment that's not super mutants, but something like, you know, they'll be busy securing the area from the current occupants or something like that, like something generic where it would fit, whatever the case is. All right, so we need to do this on territory controller. There it is. use info, and we want the, okay, there's too many things using that, so we'll just search it up. And we'll go ahead and set this property. Let's see here. Let's see, is it, which one is it? Actually don't remember, so we're gonna have to look at the other script that has it. That is the targeting scope script, which is on Conquest Manager. You can see why fixing bugs takes us so long. This is some of the stuff is buried levels deep. That is on an alias, and it used to be that I roughly knew where everything was, but that is no longer the case. Now this knowledge is spread amongst us. And this right here is makes many people give up on modding. The speed of this reference alias screen is so obnoxious. All right, let's grab this binocular effect here. Binocular equipped effect. Copy. And over here and paste it in. There we go. And okay. And save you. Oops. Save you. All right, now we need to copy some files around because I keep multiple copies of the game set up so that way I know when I'm using my testing stuff and not. So we'll grab our guys there. I have these little KG edit plugins that I use for quick testing, and then we need to load up our updated scripts. But yeah, going back to because my chat has not moved, so I am way behind again, I'm sure. Glenn Miller's suggestion about half an hour ago about a save that's ready to go for chapter 3. If any is up for making such a thing, where basically you have all you have installed is like the bare minimum: HUD framework, workshop framework, and the SS chapters, and extended, I guess. If you wanted to play the game up to the end of chapter 2 and actually build up some settlements so that there's something there, I would happily post that available for people to download on the mod page for people to grab so people could quickly get into it. But I think like just doing without it being naturally played up and built up and everything, it wouldn't be very useful because you might as well just use the cheat holotape then. Because the cheats through, like if you cheat all the way up to Commonwealth Rising. I don't know if cheating through Commonwealth Rising works perfectly, but cheating all the way to Commonwealth Rising, like I use that test all the time and I have not run into any issues. I know there are a couple of issues reported where if you're like in the middle of the quest series and like you skip, say, Battle for GNN, like if you skip just that one, or there's certain ones where if you skip just that one quest, it leaves some of the characters in weird states, but I believe that does not happen if you skip multiple. Because what happens is, I showed you guys earlier the thing with the where we were setting the PA system on and off is we will do something in one quest and then in a certain stage in that quest we might undo it, and so then if you just ended on that quest, the thing might not get undone, and that might be setting an AI package or turning off a system or turning on a system. But inevitably somewhere further down the line in the quest skips we do that same thing again and undo it. So like if you do a bunch of quest skips, it tends to leave things in a better state than if you do just one-offs, until we do a deep testing on it. Like I really would love to spend the time and have somebody like, here, make a skip, and you're just going to skip this one quest and then play as far as you can and play like all the way through the game with just that quest skip. It's like going to be a big giant thorough QA process of play through the whole game with just having skipped that quest to find all the bugbears in the code there. All right, let us jump back in game now, and we will rerun. I think we need to rerun the onsol load on this. Let's see here. Should we need to run that again? Yeah, because we changed the source filter. We got rid of the enemy filter. So we need to rerun onsol load on that territory controller so that it has the updated Registration. Here we go. I'm really excited to get this one fixed. This is one of those ones where I had given up on and moved on. Not that I'd given up permanently, but when we're in hotfix mode, like the kind of the same thing I said at the beginning of the or when we started talking about bugs on the stream, that I don't want to go into any that are giant rabbit holes because they end up sucking up. Sometimes I'll spend a week on a fix. This is one of the many reasons that Chapter 3 took longer than any of the other chapters. Is there was just we went deep on a lot of stuff, and yeah, one of those is a lot for a lot of this system, especially like getting this whole territory system working in the first place. Like there would be something would happen, and I would go deep on it for a long time, and it'd be like a week later, and I get this thing figured out, and it's like, oh man. We're not gonna get many systems if that's how I treat all of them. So while we're in hotfix mode, I don't want to be going deep into the rabbit holes yet. Yeah, that's right. I gotta type this whole thing. Sim settlement. This is one of the downsides of double scripting. We often put multiple scripts on items so that we can avoid code redundancy. This is like our fake multiple inheritance. Sorry, I just used a lot of nerd talk there. we put multiple scripts on things so that we don't have to type the same code twice. But then we end up having to do this in testing. But this is pretty rare, so. Territory controller dot on cell load. Okay, so now in theory, now we're just looking for the target finder weapon. We don't care who it's coming from. We'll test if it's the player afterward by looking for that they have the binoculars equipped. There we go. Let's see. Oh, wait, that's... No, it made me a liar. I was like, oh, yeah, we got it immediately. Nope, that was slog. All right, so in theory, even if this doesn't work, we should be getting some log entries, which is what I want to see.
Another day in the Commonwealth.
Oh, yeah. Thanks, Salvador, for making my conditioning not work. Although that was a different line than what he said before. So more lines I need to condition out. Okay, so that's still not working, but let's check our logs and see if we got any more information now. This one is weird. I've seen this a lot in log files from testers. Is this MQ16 is runners and gunners, that it's still running timers even though we stopped the quest. I didn't even think that was possible, but somehow it is. Okay, player is in iron sights, firing spell and target finder from source, blaming dummy actor. Player has magic effect. Oh yeah, look, it's firing it a ton. Oh, you guys can't see it, but it's done it 44 times because it does it like it does it pretty rapidly. This is we for the most part we replicated the core of how the recon scope was working. It just uses a magic effect, but because we wanted it to be able to hit non-NPCs as well, we had to set up this invisible weapon thing that fires. So let's search this everywhere. Get back to here. So we're getting to the point where we're casting the spell, we're firing the weapon, and the territory controller is still not reacting to it. Okay, so what we should see is this received hit event if that part's working, which we're not. We're not receiving that event. Why not? Target finder weapon. I guess it's possible we're using a different target finder weapon. Let's check that. So we need territory controller. Make sure we're using the same target finder as property. SS2 target finder weapon. Okay, and then let's go check our alias thing. I highly doubt I created multiple of that though, so I'm guessing this is a dead end. But sometimes you'll surprise yourself with the dumb mistakes you make. So you gotta check the dumb things too. Or maybe that's just me. Loading, loading, loading. Come on, alias screen. You can do it. Alright, we got to our properties. Target finder weapon. Yep, same thing. Okay, so that is not our issue. That's definitely what we're firing. So I guess what we need to do here is trace out... Okay, so it could be one of these things is failing in theory. Oh no, because if it was getting the hit event, this would definitely happen. So we gotta confirm that it's actually registering. That's the next step we gotta do. So we'll do it like this. We're actually gonna just add ourselves in a debug function to do it. So we'll do function register. We'll just do it binoc register. We'll just do this real quick because we're going to delete this later. I just want to do this, and we'll do registering for hit from target finder weapon. Okay, and I guess we can also check source should be the weapon. We could check the projectile too, I guess. We could add that in as a oh no, I guess that's Alright, let's check this. Let's check the definition for this. Make sure I have this set up correctly. Alright. Source filter. Source filter can be none, a base object, which would be a weapon, explosion, spell. Yeah, so it should be adding that. Can it do, and then we could do projectile. We could do we could switch to projectile as well. Let's try that. Well, let's first confirm this one thing at a time. This is how you troubleshoot. Let's start with this. Let's make sure that we are actually registering. And then once we've confirmed registering, if this still doesn't work, we'll try the ammo or the projectile and see if that has a better result. So close you, close you, close you, all of you, go away. All right, we need territory controller. You guys got. I'm attached to this one. I really want to fix this one because this is like a big showstopper for folks. Like this is early in our quest line. This is before you really get to the meat. Like this quest kind of is where like the kickoff is, where you finally get to go to war. So we can't have the quest break here. I mean, we don't want the quest to break anywhere, but this is a terrible spot. I want the breaks to happen like in the cleanup conversations after you've completed all of the major story mission. Like that would be an acceptable spot for things to break, or in like a side quest. I don't want things breaking in there. I mean, that's why we're hotfixing all every day. I don't know if we will tomorrow or not. I got a lot of stuff going on tomorrow. We'll see though. Hope maybe some other folks on the team will make some progress on some things, and we'll get that merged in. But everybody is after the amount of crunch we did in the last few weeks before Chapter 3 launch, because we wanted to do this stealth release. Everybody like hit the brakes and is like catching their breath. Even I was until like Monday or Tuesday. Then I started feeling the full energy come back. But the week prior to that, after we dropped, it was just like a collapse. All right, come on, binoculars. All right, so what do we call that function? Binoc testing. Very easy to remember name. I don't know why I didn't just type the full word binocular. All right, and then the hardest part of the testing is actually selecting the territory controller with the mouse. So no wonder we can't do it with the binoculars. I can't even do it with a perfectly targeted cursor. This one irritates me a little bit. I think this is like personal because I had it working so well. I was like, oh, this is sweet. We got it. Finally figured out how to make it detect these things. Okay, registering for hit from target finder weapon. Okay, so we've got that part confirmed. So now it's... All right, and we're going to try like... So this is one of the things I think if we could, like I would love to have... Oh yeah, there's the slog, the false one that made me get excited. I would love to have a little tiny crosshair right in the middle, like so you know exactly where you're firing. The best we've found is there's this like really interesting animated scope that has some reticles and stuff on it that we might switch this to. But man, this feels like binoculars, right? You got this built-in overlay, and to not use it seems like a crime. But yeah, it's clearly not. It's not hitting.
Another day in the Commonwealth.
Oh, shut up, Sal, with your bad conditioned dialogue. All right. Okay, so that's not working. So let's try the projectile filter. So AK projectile filter. All right, we're going to just comment this out. Okay, so I guess we can leave the ones in on-cell load for now, and this one, and we'll just switch this for now. And we need our target finder ammo. Oh wait, I'm gonna need territory, so let's leave this search up. Use it in another window here. So we need target, not target. Let's find our projectile. That's under special effects, I believe. Projectile, there we go. Target finder projectile. We're just gonna load that with a script actually. So target projectile equals, and then we can also, we'll print out target scope proceed hit from a target. Okay, I'm just curious what kind of information we get out of this. AK source equals plus AK. Because if this does work, I want to know why the weapon, the source filter didn't work. Because if it's not working, then there might be other places I need to change our code. All right, that way we'll print out what it thinks the source is and what the projectile is, just to make sure we're doing this right. And we're gonna do this projectile filter equals game.getForm from file. This lets us load in without having to set a property. This is gonna come from SS2, and we need to cast it as a projectile. I think we need to cast it as a projectile. How is it looking? Let's see. Projectile filter, yeah, it's looking for projectile base. So it actually probably would just accept it without me casting, but this is just a test, so we can worry about that later. All right, so our ID here is 21980. 21980. I don't think I need the leading zeros, but I just like them. That makes me feel better if they're in there. All right, territory controller again. So now in theory, we shouldn't need to set properties, but I am going to actually update from target finder projectile just to make sure. Then I can see in the debug message to make sure it got updated, because we don't want to risk, like if I forgot to copy the archive over to the other directory or something like that, to be a clause. This way I'll know immediately if the debug message didn't change. So this will guarantee that we at least updated the script. Coffee's running low. So I should probably switch to water now. I do need to go to bed tonight. But now I'm committed to solving this one. It's gonna be whatever comes first. Me solving this, or we hit another, or we hit the next hour on the clock. So if it hits 1 a.m., I'll give up. But otherwise, we're taking this puppy down. We're gonna get you through PTP racing. We got you. We actually got enough. We almost have enough fixes. I would be willing to hotfix with this tomorrow if I have time. The actual update process now with Chapter 3, because of all the time it takes to zip up all the files and upload them all the different websites. It's like 4 hours to do a patch. It's not active time, so I can be working on other stuff, but it's like it takes a while. So it's I don't know how much time I'll have to be sitting at the computer. It might be one of those things that like Xbox gets it in the morning, and then by the time I get the full Nexus giant pack uploaded, it's like 9 at night or something. I think we had a super chat and I just can't see it. There it is. Jason Lokrantz, thank you for the donation. Well, internet was out, so missed most of the stream. Thanks, kinggath. Well, hopefully you missed the bad stuff. We did fix a couple of bugs. We did do some fighting that you missed. Sorry about that. I ran a couple of assaults on Somerville because somebody was having trouble with reinforcement waves there, and we were just trying to check if I could reproduce it, and unfortunately I could not. But otherwise, it's been mostly chat. Ooh, excuse me, hiccups again. Mostly chatting. I've done very little coding, very little fixing, and very little playing. But I enjoy it. Thank you guys for hanging out with me tonight. Come on, we can get there. Come on, give us that territory controller. I should just write down the ID next time we get it, in case we're going to keep doing this. In fact, that's exactly what I'm going to do if I can get it. Come on, territory controller, come here. And if you guys don't know what I'm doing, I'm rolling the mouse wheel. Depending on where you put it, if you roll the mouse wheel, you'll get different things selected. Okay, really, it just does not want me to click on him. All right, we're gonna do, we also have this as our backup option. We actually saved this controller is on an alias, so we can get its ID from here, and I'm gonna write it down so we can print it in the future. All right, where are you? Coast Guard, Pier, Territory Controller. Okay. So I don't know if you guys, I don't know, you probably can't see it because it's really tiny resolution, but there's a makeshift bomb on the dock right over there. And so, and when we were testing, we kept having, when the gunners appear there, like after when they come off of their little boat, spoiler alert, they would trigger that bomb every time, and like half of them would be in the down state immediately. Made for a very amusing moment, but less good for the fight. So we had to start disabling that makeshift bomb. All right, so now we should be able to go prid that thing, and then we want to run our little function here. Binoc testing. Registering hit from target finder projectile. Beautiful. All right, and then let's see if we can get this to work. That slog message, it's always getting me. I'm all like, oh, there it is. Nope, nope.
Peace. It never lasts.
I hate you, Salvador. All right, let's see here. Yeah, we're just not getting it. This is one of those ones where like now I want to roll back to the code when it last worked and feel like, what did we change? Because we went through a lot of iterations of the binoculars of like the methods for doing this, and I think the biggest bunch of changes I made was to get the aggro to stop, because it's like that really stinks that they know you're coming because you looked at them through binoculars. And I think that is the point where we broke all this. But yeah, I don't think we're getting, because we would have got, did I set up a debug message? Or was it just traces? Okay, let's see. Received hit event. Yeah, that message is not even coming up. So we're not getting a hit from this at all. Let's see, are we getting, oh, I guess I needed to do that first. All right, let's do, yeah, no hit events. Are we getting the firing event still? Is the player still? Yep, player in iron sights, firing spell and target fire weapon from source. Yep, that is firing a lot of times, 103 times during that little session. Guess it's like every half second or something. Reading through code now. What can I change here? AK source equals firing source. What are we using as the firing source? We're using an X marker. But we're using target finder ammo. So yeah, I would think one of those, so this should be used by the target fighter ammo. Yep, it's also used by the clipboard. And this am armor is used by the weapon and the conquest manager. Yep, so that should be fine. There's normal weapon resistance. Projectile. It's a beam, pass through transparent, penetrates geometry. Is that it? Is it maybe because we have it on penetrates geometry now? That's a problem? You'd have to roll way back to find that out. Why won't you connect? What if we give it a visual element? Let's give it an art file. So let's look at the projectile here. This is also a beam. Actually, what's the biggest beam? Let's do laser. Let's give it a big old laser beam. We want one that's also a beam weapon. Here we go. Let's give this target finder a visual element so we can see what the heck is going on. Maybe it's getting caught on something. Alright, so we need to do... I gotta go deep into my computer here to find these files. Alright, this PC. I think I have all of Fallout 4 extracted somewhere. Fallout 4 impact, data, invalid directory. No, don't give me that. Alright, D drive, Fallout 4 impact, data, meshes, effects, laser. Yeah, here we go. Laser beam focus light blue. Sure, we'll try that. We'll see how that does. Okay. Close you, exit you, save. This should be, if this works, this should be one heck of a light show here, because it's going to be one of those beams are going to fire out every quarter second, or every, I don't know, was it half second? I don't remember what the tick is on it. It's real short though. So we might have laser beams coming out of our eyes in a second here. Alright, so this should just work immediately. If I just equip with binoculars and look up, I should see beams shooting out if I set this up correctly. Game can't handle the power of my laser binoculars. It's failing to load. Here it goes. Alright, so let's see if we get laser beams. No laser beams. So is it not firing the weapon at all? Did we just discover the source of our problem? Interesting. Alright, let's see what's going on here. Alright, let's first confirm that debug message is in here. Firing spell and target finder weapon. Let's see, that is at 12. Yep, 1226. We got it. So, binocular remote cast target finder weapon dot force. Source is from this X marker. Maybe it's the. Maybe I chose a bad. Maybe that laser beam focus light blue is not what I should be using. Let's go here. Let's do. Let's find one that's used by ammunition so that we're actually using a correct one here. Use info rifle being red, weapon, flamethrower, and fusion cell. Here we go. So, life. No, I did not mean to close that. Ah. All right. Laser beam. Projectile. Where'd you go? Where'd you go? Here you are. No, let's go just laser. I think it was this, right? Yep, there it is. Okay, so we're going to get this guy. Oop, we need your path. This one. And we need our target finder. Okay, now we got the laser beam red. Okay. Okay, let's try that. So let's load up our little baby plugin. All right, I guess I should start scrolling down chat. Whoa, chat jumped to the bottom again. Lost a lot of chat again. Got eaten. All right, we'll just go to we'll go all the way to current time. Binoculars do work on enemies. Yeah, but so there's two elements of binoculars. There's a spell part that does work, and then it's this the target finder is has to be a bullet because we want it to hit non-NPCs. So we want it to hit flagpoles and doors, and spells can't work on those, so we got to use a bullet for it. The plot's never finishing. I must have missed one of your messages, Marcus. Alright, see, we're still not getting... We're not getting lasers. Where are my lasers? Hold on, let's go to... Oh, that time this log finally defended itself. Let's go to third person and see if we can... No. Oh, yeah, it's going to push us back into first because of that. Alright. Because I'm thinking technically they're not firing from the player. They're firing from a X marker. Alright, what if we switch... Let's switch the source of that. Where's that coming from? This script. Let's switch the source to the player. So we'll combat. Well, let's comment out these. We don't want to accidentally delete the player. That would be bad news. And then we'll do sort. Actually, let's look up weapon. Make sure we're not doing anything dumb here. Weapon script. Yeah, the binoculars actually secretly shoot something. Alright, source to fire the weapon from... Because you're supposed to be able to use any random thing. Like, this is how, like, traps will do. They will fire a weapon from, like, an object. And then that's how it's supposed to work, so... Don't the reference is not an actor. Okay. So let's try it being the player. Let's see what that does. Targeting scope script. All right. Because as far as I can tell, the binoculars, we should see this projectile. Like, if I can't see the projectile, then I can't even be certain that there's any chance of it to hit. Like, how can it hit anything if it's not even, if a visible projectile isn't even happening? It's like it's not really firing. I wonder if it's something like my, again, it's hard to remember like how much of this got changed since it was last working. Because it was a long time ago that we would have tested thoroughly without, with the flagpole. So you had you did hit the hospital door, just never the flagpole. Interesting. So that would make me think then the issue is more likely to be with the territory controllers. But again, like this beam, we should be seeing this beam. Problem on Xbox Series X, the plot's stuck in building or upgrade, and when I come close to them, my game crashes. Are you running any... Well, you probably can't. You can't... I'll say you're running any add-ons, but you probably can't. My bet would be... Oh, yeah, Xbox. My bet would probably... It's probably power grid related. Power grid on Xbox is a killer. Alright, let's see if we can get our laser beams. Nope, still no laser beams. That is very disappointing.
Maintaining vigilance.
Okay. What else could be wrong here? Now I just want to solve this. Why does this not have a visual? That's very odd. Let's check our ammo. North weapon resistance, playable. Is there anything here that would make it invisible? Maybe the lifetime is so low that we don't see it. Let's look at a regular laser projectile. Let's see here. Laser. Let's look at the guy that we're copying, right? Let's see what he looks like. So we've got our explosion laser, tracer frequency 1. Okay, so maybe let's try setting up some of this stuff. Let's copy this. Okay, first I need to screenshot this so I can restore it, because presumably it was working at some point. And it sounds like it works on the doors as is. So we're just doing this for testing, just to eliminate some variables. So get you back there, get you back here. Lifetime 0.20. Okay, so now we're only missing the muzzle flash, and that's fine. All right, so now we've got this closer to the laser beam. Let's try that. I think it only detects load doors. So the idea was that there are some locations where they have no location record outdoors. So for like Shaw High School as an example, there's no location record in the game world outside that has that. But if you go into the cell, then it has a location record of Shaw High School. So the thought was we could use the doors, because they will definitely have that location record attached to them, as an alternative to zap some of those locations that clearly exist as a building. They have a map marker, but they have no exterior location record. So that was kind of a hope for that. But I had talked about it in alpha testing that we were going to maybe axe the door thing, because it's kind of finicky and not always doing what we want. So all right, let's see, do we get our laser beams now? Yes, so we got our laser beams. Okay, so now let's see if we can make our laser. Okay, so you can see laser beam, getting it lined up on the flagpole. Look at that, it worked.
Now any soldiers under your command will know exactly where you want them to strike.
We got our laser beam to smack it. Let's check the logs. So something about the laser beam does the work for us. So that's good. All right, so now we need to find out why is it without the art. Maybe we need a piece of art. Maybe that's it. Maybe we need to add some sort of, maybe we can't have a non-art version. Maybe that was the change we made at some point. So first let's figure out what of these changes we can roll back. So let's go look for this. Received hit event. Yep, that was it. That received the hit event. Okay. So we're making progress. Okay, so now we need to start rolling stuff back, because we can't move forward with all these. So what we're going to do is we're going to just one at a time here. It's going to be slow.
Oh yeah!
Oh, we got a super chat. Magnificent. What is that? Magnificent. Why can't I say that? I want to say magnificent. Magnific burrito. Appreciate all you guys. This mod made me fall in love with Fallout all over again. Also, the troubleshooting is oddly cathartic, so keep it up. Yeah, we're going. Now we've got a fix in our sights. We might go longer than 1 a.m. now. I'm committed. As long as I got a thread to tug on, I'm happy. I'm a happy coder. Okay, so we're gonna start dismantling our changes. So let's start with, let's see here. What did we change? Let's get rid of the player thing. Let's see if it still works if we get rid of the player as the source, because that was something I remember doing specifically to eliminate the aggro. I didn't want the enemies trying to fight us, because that's not fun, like when we're just using binoculars. So let's go with targeting scope script. We need to recompile. So one at a time, we're going to dismantle our changes until we figure out what is the actual fix. I think it's going to turn out to be It's just that we added a mesh into the place, and then we just need to find a or create an invisible mesh. Boom, problem solved. That's cheap and easy solution. Even if we have to, because I bet those meshes, even if we have to add it to Xbox, I bet those are like 1 kilobyte. So super cheap solution. Oh, that feels good. Love progress. Love the smell of progress in the morning or at night. I guess technically it's morning. It's past midnight for me. Yeah, even once we get this working, obviously there's the secondary problem of those flagpoles are a hard target to hit, so we do still have a larger problem to solve. But at least if there's a option, but that's a difficult thing to add. Like I can't just like expand the, I can't just jack up the collision size of that flagpole without that causing its own problems. Right now, all of a sudden it'll start blocking things. But this is a good first step. So. CNC97, thank you. 1 a.m. here. Go buy some coffee. Oh, Foxhole following right up. Sometimes the laser beam is a captain. Yeah, we'll take that. The laser beam hopefully is our solution. But yeah, I would if this is a good, this will be a good first step. If we can get this laser beam thing working with an invisible laser beam, then we can shift gears to, all right, how do we make the target wider without putting this big obnoxious collision box into the game world? Because those are going to be all over the place, right? Like one of the reasons I went with the flagpole is you can kind of just plop those down everywhere, and they're not going to block. They're too small to block pathing. NPCs will just like nudge themselves around anything that small. Or I wonder if we could make it where we could, I wonder if we can register for a hit event on the actual flapping flag. Like, I wonder if that can take hits. Because that's a pretty good size target right there, right? If you didn't have to do the flagpole, but you could just do the flying flag. That would work. That could work. And that wouldn't require us to add, because I think those have like a fake collision where it doesn't block the player or NPCs. So it'll be just a question of do they get hit by projectiles, which I don't know yet. Okay, let's watch our laser beams in the sky. Uh-oh. Our laser beam stopped. So the player was part of it. Interesting. Well, let's test that. Let's see if we can get... if we can still hit this thing. So there's our slog message.
The silence is...
okay, so it looks like it's a combination of things. So it does have to come from the player. That's interesting to know. So our firing source has to be the player. Did not know that. All right. All right. Let's update this. This is a lot of modding. Like there are. You know, there are a couple of different things you can be working on. It can be like, I'm implementing some known quantity. I'm making a building plan, or we're setting up a dialogue tree. And those are like solved problems, and it's just doing the work. And then it gets to this kind of stuff where you're like trying to create something totally new, like that we've never done before. And these are the bottomless pits, and you just got to be very persistent and be willing to like grind. And that happens to be one of my superpowers. I like to grind through problems. There we go. All right, let's see if we get our laser beam back. That'll be a first good step. I'm glad we added the laser beam. That was a big deal. Oh yeah, Starhammer, you eat some shit too, doing your kind of work of like going through this very methodic, almost unrewarding testing, right? Trying to get the pre-combines working. Because sometimes, man, the game engine, the CK will just do some stuff, And you're just like, what? Why? Why did it work like that? There's our laser beam back. Okay. All right, so let's make sure this still works again. Hitting our little twig with a laser beam. There it is. Okay. All right, so we know that one thing we got it. So we have to get rid of this. So that means we can get rid of the firing source. Okay, so next thing I need to test, actually, is I need to make sure that I need to go back in the game. We need to make sure we don't aggro, because if this thing, now that it's coming from the player, causes the NPCs to like light up, then we'll have a solution for the targeting, but we don't have a solution for making the binoculars cool, because I want them to feel really good. Four crashes when I got working on patching against 3.0. All of them some sort of shadow scene crash. I don't have anything useful on yet. Oh, so you still haven't been able to regen on our latest patch after I tried to fix the issues you pointed to me? Oh, on specific interiors. Okay. Okay, so we've got our all right, so let's fire our laser beam at one of these mutants. Let's see if he like starts trying to kill me. Okay, is he...
There. Now any soldiers under your command will know exactly where you want them to strike. With that done, the next step is... Hold on. Can you see that? About time they arrived. Now,
no, stop, Salvador, stop. Okay, those mutants definitely are like, they're angry, right? They're like, hey, who's shooting these laser beams out of its eyes? We got to get them. So, okay, so that is definitely problematic. All right, so what if we fire from this dummy actor, the one that we were using to blame the spell on? So we've already got this dummy actor, right? But where are we placing the dummy actor? That's the question. Where is this dummy actor? Where does he exist? Safe spawn point. So we would need to move him to the firing source. Okay, let's try all this. Let's hopefully he's invisible. Hopefully I was smart enough to use him. All right, so let's try dummy actor dot move to K firing source, and then we'll blame the dummy actor. We'll see if that works. And also, I hope just for the hilarity of testing, that there's actually just a guy just flops onto the player's head, and that I forgot to make him invisible. That would be fun. All right, so the scope script still. All right, who did I miss on the Ben Creasy Vision and Takira? Thanks for the subscribes. All right, let's go here. Let's see if we get a naked testing dummy to drop on top of our head. I created this like invisible NPC race, but I don't know if we're actually using it or not. I guess I could check that, but I really just kind of want to see the dummy bound captive form. Dummy bound captive. Let's see if I have that as a name in here. Let's go. Let's do SS2 star dummy. I'm betting we have a lot of NPCs named dummy in here. Bound captive used by binoculars. Is he just a guy? Let's see. Because it would have just been this guy. Okay, so we need to set him up as one of our invisible actors. So I need to find how I have that set up. That I have as our HQ radio guy, as a fully invisible actor. And let's copy how that is set up. No, Ron's voice actor is not Salvador. Salvador is a new person to the squad. Okay, so what do we do? We have outfit, make flying actor invisible, human race flying, skin, make flying actor invisible, and NPC no lines. Okay. Oh wow, we have just a million different things we set up to try and prevent the player from accidentally seeing him. We have another funny problem with the HQ radio actor. Certain NPCs will attack him for whatever reason. So we'll do essential is ghost. Wait, what was the rest of that? Oh, I'm gonna move this over to my other monitor so I can stop tabbing. Okay, we need to set him invulnerable, doesn't bleed, no activation hellos. We need just to outfit, make. All right, is it just not outfit first? Maybe it's just make. Come on, CK, you can do it. Oh, it's just listed as armor? Okay, SS2 outfit, make flying actor. S2 outfit. Sham Bam, thank you for the donation. Says, love your mod, man. Is there any fix for the NPC pathing in HQ? Yes, it is the interior nav cut fix. It's an F4C DLL. If you're on Xbox, no, there isn't one. We discovered there's a vanilla bug with interior settlements, and somebody fixed it with F4C. So grab interior nav cut fix. Hopefully you're on PC. If not, my condolences to your NPC pathing experience. Oh, that's why it's not showing up. I haven't turned him into an invisible or into a flying actor yet. All right, so we switch this to SS2. And the reason we do these invisible actors as flying is so that we can kind of position them anywhere and they don't fall to the ground. And then we want SS2 armor. I might not even need to give him an outfit. This might be enough. Armor. No, we don't want to give him a slave collar. Wait, why isn't this not showing up now? Let's just do armor, batting cage. The only thing that's showing up. What is going on here? Why can I not make this the same as the other one? All right, let's try that. Oops. All right, let's make sure he's got no lines so he doesn't accidentally speak. Okay, so why can I select that skin type in the... I wonder if that only exists in Chapter 2 by mistake. Let's see here. SS2 armor. Oh, I guess I can do that in here. I can search for it too. Armor. Make. Yeah, that's not showing up. I wonder if I accidentally created that in the Chapter 2. Yes, I did. This is actually a Chapter 2 thing instead of a... It's mislabeled, so let's fix that. You go to C2, and we'll see how we set this up. And I think it was really easy. Oh yeah, it was just, all I did was set up a blank armor record with all things taken up. So easy to fix. All right, so we'll make that. And we go armor, make flying vector invisible, SS2. Human race flying, select every slot. Oh, are you gonna make me do them one at a time? Yes, you are. And let's check our other one. Do we have anything filled in? Nope, literally nothing. Okay. There we go. Okay. We need our dummy actor again. There we go. Make him invisible. Okay, that's right. And then for some reason, the head still stays there, and then as soon as you equip him with an outfit that does the same thing, then boom, the head disappears. This is like a weird hack we came up with. All right, so we need to find that thing over here. So close you, use info, and I'm guessing, is this thing also a, yeah, that is also needs to be marked as C2. All right. No, yes, close you. Wait, where is it? This is 2. Invis. Oh, that's not good. you see the grayed out screen. That's not good. Let's see if this will still work. No, there it goes. Okay, I'm used to seeing like lines across it or something. Okay, so now we go to inventory. All right, this is 2 outfit. Make invisible. There we go. Head disappears. Don't know why. I guess we can get rid of this turret from their inventory. I don't know why they have that. Mark them as essential, I guess. Let's see. Let's make sure they're in. Yep, no other factions. No AI. Unaggressive. Cowardly helps nobody. No AI packages. Okay, great. Okay, that looks promising. All right, so now we've got our floating invisible actor, who's a pacifist, and he is going to be firing our beam here for us, presumably. So let's grab this again. Actually, let's save those changes. Let's go ahead and make sure. Let's compile one more time because I don't remember if I did earlier. And grab this. All right, come on, compile. There we go. Did not expect to go this deep on this one bug. This was, I think we're on like, we're at what, probably 90 minutes working on this one. All right, here we go. Let's see if we still get our beam. Or if it's going to do something dumb like shoot me in the back of the head. Thomas Ratzlaff, I had an interesting bug in Resurgence where the enemy vertibirds did not spawn in and fly over the settlement. When I progressed to kill the enemy bird, it was not there. This was after loading a save where I needed to talk to Lupe. This was on 300C. That's weird. Yeah, I don't know what would cause that. I know when we were filming the trailer, that happened to somebody, and we were never able to replicate it. I have no idea why that would happen. All right, do we get our beams? We do not. There's a chance they're like behind me or something, since they're coming from the rando NPC, but that does not help our situation. Okay, so we're kind of back to square one here. That is a bummer.
Maintaining vigilance.
Alright, so I guess the only thing I can do is what if I put him right in front of me instead of, I think right now I'm moving him behind me. Oh no, but I'm doing move behind -8, so that's actually like slightly in front of me. Okay, firing source, we're putting him above us. Target finder weapon from source K firing source, blaming actor K dummy actor. Move to firing source. Well, that is a bummer. So much progress. Let's not do an offset vertical. And we'll put this a little bit more in front of us and see if that will help. Because yeah, actually thinking about it, so if the source is not the player, it doesn't know to aim at what we're aiming at. Let's see, what does move to? Can we match the angle so that it's always on the exact same position we are? Let's see. Match rotation true is default. Okay, so we're already doing that. So yeah, our only hope is that this offset is the problem. I kind of doubt it though. Alright, if we can't get the red beam to come back with our dummy actor here, I think we're gonna call it for the night because I'm out of leads. At least we have a way to bring it back to hit the flagpole. At least it's just a matter of like, how do I now allow that to happen without it hitting actors? Because the whole point of all that crazy setup is to allow us to use the binoculars to mark as many NPCs as we want without them searching for us. All right, come on, dummy actor, be our savior. Nope, not getting it. Okay, so the source has to be the player. So like my best, I guess my next best source is to try and figure out how to make a projectile that can't hit actors. I don't know if that's possible or not, but I'll take a crack at this again tomorrow or the next day. I'm exhausted right now. I might end up rolling back these scripts that I've been funking with to these two to the whatever was in yesterday's repo, so that I don't accidentally leave some of this mess we've created here. But thank you guys for joining me. Hopefully I will have this solved for the next hotfix. But at least we got something we got some ideas, so that's good. But